Hello, hello. Can you hear me? I am 5 minutes late. Sorry guys. Set the live for 9:05. No, it's 9:10. My time. So what's going on? What's going on? Are you guys fully awake? Have you had your breakfast yet? Your coffee or Red Bull? What's up? See there are 18 viewers here ready to take on paper 2. Now, I wasn't making breakfast, Kimberly. I was actually, should I say it? I was having dinner. That's why I ran late. Stuffing my face. It's gonna be a long session, so yeah. Yeah. So good morning all. Good morning. Welcome to the second live session in this CSEC English A Paper 2 marathon. Such a long name. Yesterday, Kimari. Oh, Kimari, good to see you here. You are here. You're here. Thanks for being here. Yeah. So yesterday morning we tackled summary. We were here for 3 hours. We tackled 2 past paper questions, and I gave you guys all the secrets, all the techniques. So if you missed yesterday's session, it's on you to check that out. Yeah, and now we're heading into, as Kimberly puts it, the most complicated section of the paper. I wouldn't, I don't know if it's complicated, but it is the most unpredictable section for sure. And that is because there are a number of different question types that could show up, and we have no idea which one is gonna show. So today I want to look at hopefully 3 questions. I chose these 3 questions because most of the requests I've got when it comes to section B have been on email, even though I think email is too easy, but email, letter, notice. I've seen some questions about reports as well, but hopefully we can do a follow-up session at some point where we can touch on report, article, and there might be 1 or 2 more possible questions. Yeah, so we're gonna start we're gonna start officially in 7 minutes. Until then, let me know where you guys are viewing from. Let me know how you're feeling. If you have had breakfast already. Memo. Okay, memo is pretty close to letter in terms of like the kind of content, but hopefully we can touch on it. So especially those who are new here, new to the channel, stuff like that. Let me know. Let me know where you're watching from. Yeah, we're gonna start in 6 minutes. And most of these names are familiar to me. Young boy from Trinidad, you were here. Kimberly's always here. Mo Samuel from St. Kitts. Kimisha from Jamaica. Angel from Trinidad. Akila, you're here again. You were here yesterday from Jamaica. Yeah. Ate from Jamaica. Sparkles Brown, what a nice name, from Trinidad. Succeeding in science. What about succeeding in English? From Guyana. Ravina from Guyana. Ray from Jamaica. Ray. Interesting. Yeah. Love from Trinidad. Love from Jamaica. Well, love from Japan, I suppose. Love from everywhere. Kimmery, yeah, from Tobago, representing. Carla K. Shaw from Jamaica. Kemisha from Jamaica, here for the first time. No problem. Just make sure you're here tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we look at story. So today, let me just I won't bring up the graphic. So write this down or take a screenshot of the audio. That's not possible yet. Yeah. Soon we'll be able to do that. But yesterday we did summary. You can watch that video. Today we're doing expository. Tomorrow we're doing story. And Monday morning we are doing section D, which is the persuasive / argumentative. Yeah, we're starting in 2 minutes, so I'm still checking the names to see who is here. J Daddy from Trinidad, Anderson from Guyana, Kishali as always here. Good to see you as usual. Shellion from Jamaica, Susan. Oh, I'm your hero. Oh, thank you so much. I try. We're starting in 1 minute. Is there anybody else who has a name before we start? Sir, what? Hopefully later I can talk about that. But in general, they're fantasy. At least the ones I showed you yesterday. Those are fantasy. Yeah. Chavanese from Jamaica. Thank you for coming out. I know it's 7 a.m. in Jamaica, so you guys are up pretty early. But I think if you were going to school, you would have to be up by now anyway. CSEC Panda. Yeah, you're here. Thank you for being here, Panda. By the way, guys, you need to check out Panda's channel if you want to see some top-notch sample writings. If you want to see some sample answers to all the sections. I think Panda covers sections A, B, C, and D. She has some nice videos on those, so be sure to check them out, guys. If you go into the exam and walk out with a grade 5, it will not be due to a lack. It will not be due to a lack of content. It will not be due to a lack of information. Yeah, there are so many videos out there nowadays. Since it's so close to exam time, there are live streams happening every day on all kinds of channels. So guys, I'm preaching to the choir because you are here. But yeah, prepare to meet your maker. Oh, thank you, Mao. I'll talk about that a little later on. So I'll let you know what's going on. Read that. Yeah, drop by for a few and see what's going on, Panda. Yeah. All right. It's time to start. Let me go ahead and share my screen. We're looking at the first paper we're looking at is January of 2020. I'm doing lots of January papers because I think the June papers are very, very often worked. And sometimes the January papers are kind of overlooked, left behind. And so some of these questions might be new to you guys. All right, let's get started. Bam. Okay, bam. You guys should be seeing. Let me know if you're seeing this paper very clearly. English A paper 2. Anderson, you're heading on to school. All right, no problem. Watch the replay. Watch the replay. Let me know in the chat if you guys are seeing the paper. Yesterday, some of you had some issues with blurry stuff. And so this stream is now at 1080p, full HD. Yeah, this is 1080, not 10p. 10p will be too blurry. Yeah, this is 1080p, so everything should be even sharper than yesterday. Yeah, seeing it well, and this is a pretty past paper as well. It's pretty clear in general. All right, we're seeing it. Nice. All right, everyone says it's looking good. So let's jump into section B. We did the allo, but I erased all of my allo work. We did the allo yesterday, and now let's jump to this one here, section B. So let me talk a little bit about section B. Section yeah, you can adjust to 720, or you can jump up to 1080p if your internet will handle the stream smoothly. Yeah, but 720 is good enough. It's good enough. 1080 is a little bit prettier. Yeah. So section B, is a bit unpredictable. As I've said, there are a number of question types that can appear. You might have to write an email, and these are just some of the possibilities. You might have to write a letter. You might have to write a notice. You might have to write an article. Someone mentioned memo, and you might have to write a report. Yeah, these are just 6 off the top of my head, but there are even more possibilities. And so the difficulty with section B is not the amount of writing you have to do. In fact, section B requires uh the not the least amount of writing, because the summary requires the least. But besides the summary, section B requires the least number of words in general. And so you're getting all of 30 minutes here. And the reason you're getting this much time is you have to pay close attention to the format of what you're doing. And so you're going to spend a lot of time getting the format right, ensuring that your paragraphs look good. If something should be centered or underlined, remember the different parts of the letter, email, stuff like that. So that's what you're going to be spending your time doing, getting the format right. And you will have a number of details that you will need to include in your answer. And so you have to continually check your answer, check the question, check your answer, check the question, ensure that nothing is omitted. Yeah, so you get all of 30 minutes. It's a lot of time, but you're gonna be spending a lot of this time dealing with the format and ensuring that you have you have all of the details plugged in. So this one here is a notice we're gonna write, just as I did yesterday. I will give you guys a few minutes in which to read this question, read the instructions and read the question. And then I'm going to work through the question and show you the strategy I use. And we're going to do this with 2 other questions as well. So I'll give you 7 minutes. At this point, you should be reading this. If you have the physical paper, or if you have it on your own device, you can also read it there if it's more convenient. If not, it should be clear on the screen. All right, so we are now reading the passage. I'll give you 7 minutes. Oh, lucky you, young boy. I did this just yesterday. All right, cool. Well, I'll soon get to how we're going to use the planning space for section B. It's going to be very different compared to how we used it for summary. Work Vid, we're doing short story tomorrow. All right, two more minutes, guys. Finish up the reading. Zero be alive. That's a good idea. When I remember, I give Instagram a shout now and then. So Kimberly, I guess you can relate to this question. Eh? All right, can we get moving, guys? This is a very short question. We need to spend all day reading. Are we good to go? If I get one yes, I'll get going. Just give me one yes in the chat. Are we good to do some road? All right, I got 3 yeses. That's enough for me. So, yesterday I showed you a number of things that you can do with the planning box of a summary. There is one key thing that I think you need to use the planning box to do when it comes to section B. All right. The first thing I would do in the exam, and this is a very simple technique here, is you look at the question, you identify what type of writing you need to produce, what the format is. Is it an email? Is it a letter? Is it an article? And when you identify that, you go down here, and before you start marking up the paper, before you start doing anything, you're going to write out the format right here. Why are you doing this? Because under exam pressure, you need all the help you can get, and you need to help yourself by writing things down so you don't forget anything. All right, you don't want to forget anything. So, what kind of format are we looking at here? If you got this in the exam, what do you need to write here? Is it a letter, an email? Let me know in the chat. What is this? What is CSEC expecting us to write? Yeah, it's a notice, right? And the question type, the answer type that they're looking for is usually explicitly stated. It's very clear. So all you have to do is read, and you will see that you have to write a notice. Write a notice that will be placed on the school's notice board. You can't put an email on a notice board, right? It's a notice. So what you will do, use this big box, and if you want to do like different layers of planning, then you won't need to use all the space. But I will use all of the space for this. And I will just write out the notice format or the notice outline. And then, just as I did with summary, I'm going to put some little check boxes. And for each section of the notice that I complete, I check that box. And so what I'll do is, at the end of writing the notice, I'll check my planning section here and make sure that all the boxes are checked. So for the notice, we need to have a couple of different parts, right? The first thing we need, name of the issuing body. Issuing body. So I am basically writing the notice in the planning box without the information. I'm just writing the different parts of it. So that way I'll be able to reference this and write the notice flawlessly. So we need the name of the issuing body. Then below that, we're going to need the word notice in all caps, right? Below this, to the left, we have the date of issue. And I'm going to be putting these boxes here. So it means each section I complete, I check that off. Date of issue, when is this notice being issued? And then I'll have the subject in the middle. What is the notice about? Subject, and this, whatever the subject is, and this is going to be underlined. Yeah. Subject, that's going to be underlined. Beneath the subject, we have the actual body. of the notice. And the notices, basically almost every type of writing is going to have a body section where you have paragraph format, right? And because it's not a letter, we're just going to use the regular paragraph style where we indent. So usually have an opening paragraph, maybe some details in the middle, and a closing paragraph. But for a notice, maybe one or two paragraphs might actually be enough. Notices are very short. If you go to a notice board, you won't see a long, 5-paragraph essay on the notice board. It should be clear. It should have all the necessary details. It should be to the point. So what this means is, remember guys, we're working for 30 marks. So if we're only going to be using a few words, how is CSEC going to award us so many marks? It means it has to be perfect. The format has to be perfect. So I have the name of issuing body, the word notice. To the left here, we have date of issue. Then center, we have subject underlined. Under that, we have the body. And then we have the closing sections here. We're going to need our signature, our name. And if we hold a position, we're going to write what that is. So this is how I plan my section B. I use the space and I write out the format. Before even looking at the details of the question, I write the format down. That way, all I need to do is go up here, annotate the passage, mark it up, find all of the relevant information, and plug them in here. If I do that, I can't go wrong. It's simple. Section B can be easy, guys. It can be easy. So for the notice, we have these parts, right? How many parts? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's generally it for the notice. Name of issuing body. No, yes, of course, we're going to be skipping line. So we need the notice to be properly formatted. So we skip a line after each thing. Name of issuing body. And if you want to remind yourself that you should skip a line, you can, I don't know, do something like that. Or do some lines or something. I don't know. But yeah, we're going to be skipping lines. We can't have the whole thing jumbled up. All right. So before I actually go and mark up the passage, let me know if this format for a notice looks familiar to you guys. Is this what you have been using? Is this what you know? Is this what you have learned? Do you think this format is missing anything? Or do you think it has any unnecessary sections here? Name of the issuing body, the word notice, the date of issue, left aligned, subject, the body in paragraphs, and then signature, name, position. That's a notice. Oh, your teacher didn't teach notice. Oh, Jody, don't say that. Don't say that, Jody. It's not nice at all. All right, so looking good so far. If Panda approves, it must be correct. Panda says looking good, seems legit. Kimberly, why are you already dead? Come on, it's early morning. Look alive. All right, so what we're gonna do now that we have the format dialed in, of course, if we're doing an email, we're not gonna be writing the notice format, right? Obviously, we're gonna be writing the email format. If we're doing a letter, we're gonna be writing the letter format. The point is, whatever type of answer you need to give CSEC, write that format down in the planning section, put these boxes. That way, as you fill in the information, you will check all of these boxes and ensure that everything is in place. Yeah. And wherever you have a body for anything, it's going to be the body itself is going to be in continuous prose. It's going to be in paragraph form. All right. So after we're going to do this in maybe 5 minutes, I suppose. How much marks is allocated for format? Well, a lot. If you write a letter in notice style, you're not going to get many marks, right? So you have to get the format right, and you have to get all the details right. And of course, it's English, so grammar and spelling and stuff like that has to be on point as well. All right, so now It's time to mark up the paper. We like marking up papers, right? We're gonna circle or underline or square or highlight or whatever method you want to use to highlight. You need to somehow pick out all of the details that need to make it into your notice, right? So we're looking at this. You are the outgoing president for your school's student council. Okay, this is necessary. The word president is necessary. Why? Because let me get this a little bit. Let me zoom this up. Let me zoom this up. All right, looking good. So we're the president. We have to keep this in mind. Why is this important? It's important because, let me use the highlighter. In the exam, you might use squares, but for the stream, I think it's a little bit clearer. President is important because this is my position, and I'm going to need to put this somewhere down here, position. So that's necessary. So we're highlighting everything that is relevant to our notice. All right, so you're the outgoing president of your school student council. So we're a student council president. We can write that as our position, student council president. All right, fine. Elections for a new executive. Elections for a new executive is scheduled for Friday, the 25th of June 2020. So we have more important details here. This notice will be about the elections for a new executive, right? And if you want to, I'm using various colors because I have a pen that have infinite colors in it, a lot of ink. You guys can use underline, circle, square. I can switch up how you annotate so it's easier to see the points separately, right? If you underline everything, then maybe all the points will kind of morph into one. So use different ways to separate the points so it's easier to figure out if everything is there. I wouldn't use a red pen, Dork. I would just use, for example, underline some things, circle some things. If you're getting confused with everything being underlined, then find different ways to highlight. All right, so elections for a new executive. That is what this whole notice is going to be about. Of course, we need the date and we need the time. Right, that's also important. We need the place, school's auditorium. All of these things must make it into the notice, right? The following positions are available. Obviously, we can't leave out the positions, right? We need to tell them what positions are available. This is in point form here. However, we're going to be writing our notice, the body of the notice, in paragraph form, in continuous prose, right? That's because CSEC tells us here, your notice must be in continuous prose. So we're going to convert the bullet format to paragraph format. That's pretty easy. All right, let's see if we have any other main points. Students need to be informed that the president, so the president of the student council must be a fifth form student. All right, so we can't leave that out. The president must be a fifth form student. So I guess all of these other positions, they can be in any form, but for the president, has to be a senior. All right, what else do we have here? Further, students must vote for a candidate for every position. Okay, we're going to need to include that. Students must vote for a candidate in every position. Does the name after the signature be in block? I'm not sure if I understand what you mean. Yeah, Dork, this is basically what we're doing. We're given a lot of data, some raw information, and we're just going to put this in paragraph form. But it's not just in continuous prose; it's also in a notice format. Yeah, also in a notice format. No, your signature won't be. Your signature is just signature. So some signatures have capital letters, some have common letters. Yeah, each signature is unique. All right, write a notice that will be placed on the student's notice board. Now let's double check what CSEC is looking for. Let's double check what they're looking for. They're gonna assess you based on how well you format the notice. That's why I'm saying, if you don't get all of these sections dialed in, you're going to be in trouble. It's a notice, not an email, not a letter. All right, fine. What else do they need to see? They want to ensure that the information that you select is relevant and complete. So what would be incomplete information? Incomplete information could be, you mention all the positions, but you leave out the part that the president must be a fifth form student. That's incomplete. So ensure that you don't say, okay, the event will be Friday, the 25th of June, but you leave out the year. Ensure that all the details are there. All right, that's what we call complete information. Relevant just means you're not including things that you don't need to include. But for a notice, basically everything here will be included. There's nothing irrelevant right here. All right, you're going to be graded on how well you organize the information. What it means is you may have to reorder some things. You may not necessarily present the information in the same order it's given here. So they're giving you this information. It might be jumbled up. It might be messed up. It might not be very clear. You're going to make it clear, make it smooth, make it flow, right? And express, you're graded on how well you express the information. What is the expression? This is the sentencing, sentence types, sentence structure. Are you using complete sentences or are you using fragments? Right? Is your grammar okay? Are your subjects agreeing with a verb? Is the vocabulary at CSEC level or is it at a grade 4 level? Right? So that's the expression aspect of it, which also ties into the final point where they talk about grammar, sentence structure, and all of those basic school stuff. Yeah. So that's what CSEC is looking for. Make sure to include all the relevant details in the notice so that students will be fully informed of the elections. So they are reinforcing the point. Don't leave out anything. Don't leave out anything important. All right. So in the exam, maybe 15 minutes have passed. You have your format written down here, and you also have the question annotated in that you're using, whether you're using, underlined, square, whatever, you have highlighted the points that need to make it into the summary. Now we're going to start plugging in the information. All right, work with me now, guys. This is a very short question, so we can use up the chat. Name of issuing body. What is the name of the issuing body? Let's work the paper together. Let me know in the chat. Name of the issuing body. Do we need to check the question again? Student council. But which student council is it? Which student council? Everybody's saying student council, but that is vague. That is incomplete information. You can't just say student council. The student council must have some kind of owner. What student council is it specifically? You are thinking. So, CSEC will do this tricky little thing where they will give you some information explicitly, but they will also allow you to fill in the blanks with made up information where necessary. You don't have to write your school, Jody, but you just need to write a school name, right? So you write something. So I can say, oh no, do not use red ink in CSEC. You might lose some marks, right? Let's say Wickham High School Student Council. I don't have enough space here. This should be centered. I'm going to say Wickham High School Student Council. Yeah. So you have the name of a school. You might have to make that up. No problem. Someone says ICHS. Yeah, whatever you write, it doesn't matter. Just ensure that you write something. Okay, what is the next step? The next step is the word notice. Doesn't have to be underlined, but it should stand out on the page. So I put it in all caps. All right. After notice, we have the date. If we check back on our, remember we have this as a guide, right? And as we enter information, we can check. What is the date? Let me know in the chat what the date is. This is super easy. Nobody knows the date. Come on, you guys are joking. What is the date, guys? What's the date? Somebody says Friday, June 25th. My goodness, I can't believe it. So many people talking about June 25th. Oh my gosh. You cannot be the student council president if you are saying June 25th. What are you talking about? What is the date, guys? The day writing the exam? Not at all. That date might be wrong. Someone says Wednesday, the 3rd of May. Oh boy. Dork has it. Dorkfield has it. Remember, this is the issuing date, right? This is the issuing date we're trying to come up with. So if the election is scheduled on the 25th of June, how are you going to put out the notice on that day? Nobody's going to make it to the elections. So you need to give them some time. So this is where it's not just about plugging in content from the question. It's also about putting yourself in the situation, figuring out the context and thinking critically about how the information would make sense in a real world setting. All right. So let's agree on a date. What date do we want to use? It has to be before June 25th. How much notice do you need? Like a month? I think giving them a month might be good. So let's work with May 25th. What's the year? 2020 actually, not 2023. This would be in the future. All right, 2020. So if the elections are happening Friday, June 25th, it means, yes, Kimberly, we need common sense, of course. Yeah. So if the elections are scheduled for the 25th, it means our notice must be written a little bit before that, maybe a month before that or so. So I chose May 25th, 2020, which is exactly 1 month before. All right, what do we do next? We have our date of issue. Then we have subject. What is the subject? Let me know in the chat what the subject of this notice is. What's the subject? Come on, give me a subject, guys. Elections for a new executive. The subject should be short and spicy. Tay is giving me a whole paragraph for the subject. My goodness. Nobody is going to want to read that notice. The subject took up all the space on the notice board, man. Let us make the subject like a headline, right? Like a newspaper headline. The subject doesn't have to be grammatical. You just need something that sounds like it's going to grab people's attention and let them know what it's about. Election for new executives. Okay, that doesn't sound bad. Student council elections. Too long. The subject has to be to the point. School president needed. Only president? Are you disrespecting the vice president, treasurer, secretary, PRO? Not just president, man. We need lots of people. Executives in need. That's a little vague and it sounds ominous. That sounds scary. Like what kind of like business executives? What's going on? So we're gonna write subject, colon, and student council elections. I'll work with this. You can underline the subject itself, or I've seen some teachers underline the whole thing, but I'll underline just the subject itself. All right. Student council elections. Panda says upcoming would be a good word. All right. I can include upcoming. I can include upcoming. Upcoming student council elections. All right, that's fine. Upcoming student council elections. So my subject is there. If you read the subject, you know what the notice is going to be about, and I can check off this box. Subject complete. Now for the body. This is where we have to put our writing skills to good use. We're going to need to organize the information properly while including everything. How do we start this? What did I say? How do we start this notice? I'll give you 1 minute to come up with an opening for the notice. We don't need a hook like we're writing an essay, but we still need a start that makes sense. A start that gets the ball rolling. How do we start? I'm giving you guys 2 minutes to give me a starting. I have my starting sentence, but I want to see what you guys come up with. It could be exciting, but the point is to relay information. It's not to entertain. Remember that. Ate says on Friday, June 25th, 2020, the student council body will be having an election for the upcoming student council body for the following school year. Okay. Yeah, this is how I advise formatting the subject. That's the most natural way to write it. It's professional as well. Greetings. All right, I'm seeing some good suggestions. This is all, and I've done all of these questions already, so I'm basically giving you what I already know I'm going to write. So how I would open this is, because you want it to sound, you want it to give information. You don't want to sound too gimmicky, or you don't want it to be an entertainment piece. But the notice should also sound like it's coming from a human. It should also flow naturally, right? So this is how I'd open up. And remember, we're doing paragraph form, continuous prose, so we indent. Yeah. Yeah. As the school year comes to the end, to an end, the Wickham High School, the Wickham High School Student Council invites you. Um, we're inviting the students to the election, right? Invites you to participate in the upcoming elections, and I'm gonna tell them what's gonna happen in the elections. Participate in the upcoming elections, wherein, I like the word wherein, we will select. We could also use the word elect the new executive body. So this first sentence here, it's a bit of a long sentence, but it's fine. This first sentence is kind of a summary of what the entire point of the notice is. As the school year comes to an end, natural way to introduce what's going on. We're approaching the end of the school year. The Wickham High School Student Council, we have to include, who is speaking here very early on. So it's a clear, so the message sounds clear. We know who it's coming from. The Wickham High School Student Council invites you to participate in the upcoming elections, wherein we will select the new executive body. Yeah. This is January 2020. January 2020. So we do have a serious, a kind of professional sound, but it still sounds like a human wrote it. It doesn't sound like Chat GPT wrote it, right? And remember, as we are writing, we are constantly double checking to ensure that we are following the format, and we're also including what we need to include. So I am not going back and forth too much because it might confuse you who are, viewing my screen on your screen. But in the exam, you will be double checking your annotation, your marked up paper, your marked up question, and the format as you write. That way you don't have much crossing out and much erasing to do. All right, so that's my opening sentence. Now I'm going to tell them where and when the elections will be. So the elections are, and we want to use professional words. We want to use, kind of more high-end vocabulary. We don't have to use like super big words, but it shouldn't sound like a toddler wrote it. So one way of saying this could be, the elections will be at such and such time, but maybe a better way to say it would be, the elections are scheduled for such and such a time, and this time is Friday, June 25th, and we put the time, Friday, June 25th at 10 a.m. at the school auditorium. Yeah, at the school auditorium. So we have no made it clear when the elections will be and where the elections will be. So now we need to get into the details of the positions available and stuff like that. So one more time, let me just double check here. And one thing that you can do, you don't have to do this, but if it helps you out, whenever you include information in the with a notice email or whatever, you can maybe check it off, so you know that, okay, I included that, I included that. And so at a glance, while writing, you can know what information you have and what information you need, what information you need to have. All right, so Friday, June 25th at 10 a.m. at the at maybe we can say in, well, our schedule. So let's say at the school auditorium. There are 5 positions. There are 5 positions available. Namely, and that is a semicolon, kind of a fancy punctuation. I know what, I'll use a colon. So there are 5 positions available. Namely, and the reason I use a colon here, not just a comma, it's just for clarity, because I have a comma here and I'm going to have lots of commas here as I list the positions. So having this here instead of another comma makes it a bit easier to read, easier to understand where the list starts and ends. And now we're going to include all of those positions. President, notice I'm using capital letters for these because they're the name of positions and we were given them in capital letters, starting with capital letters in the question. President, vice president, what else? Treasurer, secretary, PRO. Yeah. All right. So we have I've talked about all of these. Of course, we need to include the fact that the president has to be a 5th form student. So the notice is pretty easy, guys. It's all about including all the relevant information and using the right format. Here we can, we could jump to a new paragraph here, but is that necessary? Maybe not. This can now be one paragraph. You know what? New paragraph. All students must, and we can underline forceful words, keywords like must vote for we know it's going to be one candidate for each available position, right? So each candidate must vote for, it's a notice, so we are allowed to use a little bit of fancy formatting like all caps. One candidate for each available position. Yeah. And we have this in a paragraph by itself, so it stands out. This is just it's a matter of choice here, doing it that way. Be reminded, I'm looking at the last thing now. So I've included this. No, I need to include this. Be reminded that your selection for student council president must be a fifth form student. All right, must be a fifth form student. And then someone is asking about the line skipping. Well, it's not an essay, it's a notice, which means you do have a little bit of flexibility with how you format it. All right. So when you're writing a notice, you need the information to be clear, to be very visible. Even from a distance, someone can kind of get an idea of what's going on. And so I think jumbling this up by not skipping a line might hurt the visuals of the notice. So I chose to skip a line. If you indent and not skip a line, it's okay. I don't think CSEC could penalize you for that. But this is just my way of making the notice a little bit easier to digest. Okay, I think I've included all of the information here. Yeah, I haven't yet mentioned that I'm the president. This is going to be in the position section. I mentioned the elections for new student council executive. I mentioned the when and the where. I mentioned all the positions. I mentioned the fact that the president should be a fifth form student. I mentioned the fact that they should vote for a candidate, so one candidate for each position. And now I just need to, so the body is done. Just need to add my signature, name and position. Signature, name, position. What signature should I use? I won't use my real signature, right? This should be at the corner here. I'll name myself John Wick. Yeah. Student council president. And you could even, if you want to be kind of fancy, you could say outgoing student council president. But student council president is just fine also. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so about the colon, it's introducing the list. You don't always need to use a colon, but when you have too many commas and you want to make a list clearly defined, a colon is a good way to do that. All right, so I've included signature, name, and position. Someone's asking about crossing off. You mean like marking something up? If I cross out something with my pen. I mean, what you want to do is you want to make your cross out neat. And that's unavoidable. If you make a mistake and you're using a pen, you can't erase it. So you cross it out. So if I wanted to change school, sorry, I shouldn't use red. I make a neat cross out and I can write the correction on top, or I can just make the correction, on the right, continuing as per normal. So if you make mistakes, make the mistakes as clean as possible, you know. And it's better to cross something out and it gets a little messy than to leave the mistake in and be marked down for the mistake. You don't want that. Yeah. All right. So let's take a look at this here. Wickham High School Student Council. Right. Double checking along with the. Someone says, "Can I zoom out? You can't see everything. You can't see everything here. Are you not seeing the complete page from left to right? You should be able to see everything here. Yeah. All right. So looking at where's the planning section? I have the name of the issuing body here. I have the word notice here. I have the date of issue here. I have the subject here. I have the body in paragraphs written nicely. And signature, name, position. Signature, name, position. Okay, if you want to see the entire body, it's kind of tricky because skipping the page means it's going to be a bit small. Let me see. Oh, let me get this comment off the screen. All right, so this is how my notice looks. This is the body. Yeah, that's the body of my notice. And of course, you double check everything you review, checking spelling, you know, checking vocabulary, ensuring that your vocabulary is up to standard. Yeah. All right. So what do you guys think of this notice? Do you think we need to add anything or change anything? Let me know, because after this, we're moving on to another question type for section B. Any problems you can find with this notice? Panda, anything you would change? Do you like my paragraphing? Do you think it improves clarity? All right. I got the Panda approval. Can the notice be this short? Your notice should be as long as it needs to be and no longer. CSEC is not looking for, remember, guys, there are 4 sections. Sections A and B might be short, but sections C and D are pretty lengthy. So they're not expecting long writing for every section. So nothing is wrong if your notice is short. Something is wrong if your notice is incomplete. But if it's short, no problem. You just need to have all the relevant information. It needs to be well organized, and the format needs to be a notice format. Yeah. Yeah. So imagine stopping by a notice board. Would you understand all of this, or would you walk away being confused? Yeah. If you would understand all of this and it's well organized, concise and to the point, as Jonathan says, then you have a notice and you move on to writing a story. If you want to write long-winded stuff, save that for your story. Yeah, that's not for a notice. In fact, this could all be a single paragraph. I could easily shift these up if I wanted to. I could shift these up Okay, it's gonna look a little bit wonky now, but I could shift these up and make this one paragraph. But I just thought it would. Wow, the paragraph. This can't move to the next page. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's it for notice. So does it have to be in this format, or can it be to form, to from date and then body, to from, no, not to and from for notice. For notice, there's no from. There's the issuing body, which the notice is from, and then there is like the writer of the notice here, but no need to write from someone. All right. And unless you're writing to like a subsection of the organization, you don't have to write to whoever, because something on the notice board on a school is for the school, right? Unless it's just for fifth formers or just for teachers, then I can write something like, to the attention of blah blah blah. Could we use NB? Even though I would naturally use NB in a notice, I wouldn't use it for CSEC. I would write out note briefly if I needed to. Yeah, just to be safe. NB. Rosanna, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's note briefly. Yeah, there's no need. There's no need for that anyway, because the whole notice is an NB. That is what the notice is. The notice is the NB. So you would necessarily need to write that. Yeah. All right. So do we think we can move on from notice? Remember the format. Yeah, remember the format, guys. Screenshot the format, and you can write your notice like this. If you have to write a notice in the exam, this format should be safe. Yeah. All right. So next, let's jump over to another paper. Let's jump to what an ugly paper. Let's do that one last. You know what? Let's do the ugly paper. Sorry guys, it's not a pretty paper. This is the May-June 2021. Not a very good scan, but it's what I have. May-June 2021. And we're doing an email this time. Email. All right, just as before, I'll give you. You don't need a break, do you? You should be good. We've been here for just an hour. You should be fine. We'll take a short break after this one. I'm gonna give you 10 minutes. I'm gonna give you 10 minutes to read this question. Think about it. Think about how we could approach it, and then I'm gonna take you through my approach to this question. So please read this in 10 minutes. Yes, Pinky. Now we're gonna need those formatting elements. Still one format that fits all situations for CSEC where emails are concerned. Yeah, when it comes to emails, there's a pretty standard format that I'm gonna show you. All right, you guys have 4 more minutes to finish up the reading. And I don't think I'll be touching a memo question. I don't think I have any past papers with memos. But after this, I'm going to touch on letter. All right, 2 more minutes. It should be wrapping up. All right, are we all good to go? Can we jump in? If I get 10 yeses, I'll jump in. Can we start the question? That's 1 yes from Jody, 1 from Angel, 1 from Ate, 1 from Young Boy, Ravina, Dor. Okay. Shalia. Yes in all caps, that counts as 2 yeses. Shaquille Ross, yes. Paula Aquila, Jonathan, yes, sir. Military style. All right, let's get going then. We're going to start down here. Wow, so up here is ugly, yet here is pretty. Interesting. So what we'll do is we've already ascertained that this is a what? This is a memo, right? It's a notice, isn't it? What kind of writing does CSEC require here? This has to be a letter, right? What is it? What is it? What do we need? We're going to write the format out, but first we need to decide what format to write. Email, that's right. Yeah, he must write an email. Format the email. All right. So, bam. At least CSEC doesn't leave us guessing what format they want most times. So, what I'll do is I'll show you a different method to planning in section B. Last time we only wrote the format down here and then we marked up the page. This time we can write the points we want to include in this box as well. Just to show you another option, an alternative to planning. So in that case, we divide this paper into 2. One side for our email format that we'll be using, the other side for the important information that we have to include. All right, so the email format, this is what we need from somebody to somebody, and of course to is whoever you're sending it to. From is going to be your email. It's a little weird writing from, because in real life when you're sending an email there's no need to write from, because obviously it's coming from you. But for CSEC, I recommend writing from just to be on the safe side. Then, if necessary, you have a CC, which means carbon copy. Sometimes you want somebody else to see the email. So you want to send the email to person A, but you want person B to get a copy of the email. In that case, I use CC. There's also BCC, but that sounds strange, doesn't it? You won't need to include that. And then we have the subject, right? You have to mention what the email is about. They're gonna have your salutation, and just like with a letter, your email should have a salutation, dear whoever, right? And then you have the body. Your body usually is going to be 3 to 4 paragraphs. You know, let me say 2 to 4 paragraphs. Yeah. Usually 2 to 4 paragraphs for your email. You might be landing at 3 paragraphs most times, right? And for the email, I don't think it matters whether indent or not, because when you're typing an email, it will likely not be indented. But for CSEC, you're writing in paragraphs, you may indent. So that might come down to um, preference. The date, you definitely don't need to write the date, because uh, it's not like a letter. The date will be very obvious to whoever receives the email, right? The sending time will be there. Because if you write date, you'd have to write time as well, right? That's how the electronic mail works. The date and time is generated as soon as you send it. Technically, the same might go for from, but I see from written on lots of email samples, so I keep the from. But I don't think it's necessary to write the right date. And then you have your closing, which is going to be regards and your name. All right, so we're gonna plug in this format. And over on the right side of the page here, I'm gonna be adding some details, writing down some details that must make it into the email. All right, looking at this, time to mark up the page, and then I'll add some details. Yeah, an email is sent in seconds. Zero live. All right, so John Mason, a 16-year-old, wants to find out what must be done to obtain his driver's license. Critical information so far: my name is John Mason, not Adam Webb. John Mason, right? So don't use your real name, your actual name. Use the name given to you, because you're playing a role. You're playing a persona, right? This is your age, not your real age, although you might actually be 16, but not your real age. This person's age. They want to find out what must be done in order to obtain a driver's license, right? That's what they want to achieve. They want to get some information. And so if this is the point of the email, it's going to be in the first sentence or two, right? Now, it's also important to note that this guy called many times but was unable to reach anyone. It's a detail that we can add as we flesh out the email and make it sound like a human being is writing it. And so he decides to write an email, and you might want to say that you obtain the email address from wherever. You tried calling, you couldn't get anyone, and so I obtained the email address from a particular place. Now the person I am writing to, and this is going to be the to, is Mr. Kenneth Davy. We don't get an email address for him, so we have to make up an email address that might sound realistic for a Mr. Kenneth Davy of the traffic department of the Royal Saint Tower Police Force. It's important to note this person's name as well as this person's position as you write the email. If you're writing the email to someone, you want them to know that you know who they are, and you're writing to them specifically because they can help you, right? And I need this following information. Again, CSEC gives us bullet points, and we will convert these bullet points to continuous prose. We're going to use actual paragraphs. All right, so all of this can be highlighted. This is all important. Yeah. All right, let's check CSEC's criteria here for 30 marks. Write an email using the information given. Obviously, make sure to include all the relevant details in the email to ensure that all the information is received. Okay, obviously, yeah, we know that your email must be in continuous prose. So you're going to see this phrase thrown about, right? It just means you're getting bullet points, you're getting broken up information, you should organize it and make it flow in paragraph form. Yeah, your answer will be assessed on how well you format the email. That's why we have our format here. So if we stick to this, we should be fine. Let's put these little boxes so as we go we can tick. Yeah, so how will we format the email? And of course the information must be relevant and complete. So we have to make sure that we're choosing the right information to include, and we include all of it. We have to organize well. So this information right now is not well organized. We're going to organize it and order it properly. And we're going to express the information clearly and professionally, right? Of course, grammar, sentence structure, vocabulary, all these basic things should be a grade 1 level if you want a grade 1. All right. So now we can actually get to work. Now we can get to work. So here, I'm just going to make sure that I have all the critical information in the planning section. You can do this. You can do this step if you wish, or you can just annotate and highlight and work from there. But since for the previous question, I annotated and moved on from there, for this question, I'm going to write some stuff here. So you can choose which method works for you. So looking up here, my name and age must be included. My name is John Mason and my age is 16. So this information is just for me. It's just to ensure that I don't leave anything out. Right? So looking up here, some of us work better looking at a marked up page like this. Some of us might work better looking at a list of content like this. So choose whatever method works for you. All right, so looking up here, I'm just converting this information to notes that I can refer to. Wants to obtain driver's license, right? They can use shorthand because CSEC isn't grading this. What else? Okay. Tried calling local office, right? Local office, but couldn't reach anyone. But couldn't reach anyone. Okay. All right. So he obtained an email address for what's his name? Kenneth Davy. Yeah. Head of, and I'll put these dots, which means it's too long to write. I'm just gonna check the passage to see it. Head of something another police force. All right. What else? Okay, all of these bullet points, I won't spend time writing them out, so I'll just say C bullet points for info needed. So this is an optional step. When you're planning, you can jump straight from the marked up page to writing the email, or you can add this step where you look at the marked up page, distill the information, write it in your own words, and then put it into the email. You have 30 minutes, which is enough time to do any kind of planning you want to do. All right, so I've done this, and now it's time to convert all of this information. You do not have to include the CC. So in this particular question, I don't think there's a need to CC anyone, so we can skip it. So this is optional. Thank you for asking that question, Angel. There's not a need, but in some situations, for some questions, it could be nice. Yeah. Sir, should there be a separate email for the company? I'm not sure what you mean by company, but if you're going to CC, then you're going to be CCing somebody else, right? What if Kenneth Davey has a boss that you want to see this email exchange? You would CC that person. Depending on the question, you might just not need to CC anybody. But if you need to, this is where you would put it. Yeah. All right, so it's time to write the whole thing. So we start with from, right? From, and I am going to left align everything. I will not be CC means carbon copy. Thank you, Angel. It just means you want this person to see the conversation happening. You're not messaging them, but you want them to be able to see what's going on, right? For example, if I am emailing, if I'm a teacher at a school and I'm emailing another teacher or someone in my department about an issue that might be problematic, I might CC the principal just so they can see what's going on. And if anything goes wrong, the principal knows about it. So the CC is just there to give somebody access to the email or the conversation. Yeah, and yeah, that's the important thing. When you use CC, nobody's gonna know that someone else was CC'd, so you can do that kind of sneakily. Yeah. All right, so from I'm going to left align everything. I'm not going to be indenting anything in this format. Oh wow, what am I doing? Why is this moving? Eh? Whoa, my paper disappeared. Okay, here we are. From, and the question didn't give me an email, so I'm going to make up an email. Ah yes, sorry, that's BCC. So the BCC, the blind carbon copy, is if you want to CC privately. If you want to CC secretly. But if you want just a regular CC, you just use CC. That's right. My bad. Thank you, Tay. So CC, carbon copy, BCC, blind carbon copy. CC, but nobody's going to know that someone else has been CC'd. All right, so from, I'm going to just make up an email address. For the email, it's best practice to use all common letters. And please use a professional email address, even though it's a made up email address. Yeah. So I'm going to say John Mason 123 at Gmail. Yeah. CSEC dropping a fact here. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. All right. So from, and then we're going to skip a line for each element of the format. Keeps things organized, and that's how it would look on your actual screen when typing an email. It's not all jumbled up, right? Two, and we didn't get an email address, did we? We didn't get an email, so we're going to make that email up. It's Kenneth Davey, and it has to be a professional email address because he's a professional. So let's say Davey Kenneth, and the email, yeah, at, it might be a company email, right? Taba Force, the police force .com. So that's to, and from, to, and no CC, subject. In your email interface, you might see re like this, but I would suggest writing out subject. Yeah, subject. In some of the old email interfaces, like if you go on Outlook, you will see subject, I believe. And what is the subject here? Can someone tell me in the chat what a good subject line is? It doesn't have to be it's not a full sentence. It's going to be a phrase that indicates what the entire email is about. So what is the subject? Subject, guys. Also a subject line. Obtaining a driver's license. Is it just obtaining, or is it more of needing to know the requirements? Obtaining sounds like it's not. Someone says driver's license IDK. I hope you're not serious. I understand. Obtaining requirements. Kimberly has the best one so far. Requirements for license. But Kimberly, what license? Your food handling license? You have to say driver's license, right? And everything should sound professional, even the subject. So I can say driver's license requirement inquiry. Driver's license requirement inquiry. I am inquiring about the driver's license. This license looks like it's not spelled correctly. CENSE. Man, is that correct? Oh, I spell license. No, this spelling is even worse. What is this? I'm looking in the chat for how license is spelled. License, LICENSE. All right, I'm gonna trust that. All right, so subject, we have the subject there. So we tick that off. Next we have the salutation. So for the salutation, we can just keep it simple and say, Dear Kenneth Davy. Come on. Yeah. Dear Kenneth Davy. Come on. And now we're at the body. So this is where you're gonna go back and forth between the planning page and the writing page, the question page and the writing page. But I will not be doing all of that back and forth because I have all the pages in front of me right here. And that we don't want to take 5 hours writing this. So I'm just gonna run it. You know, I think I might no indenting for me. I'll skip a line. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. License just never looks right. It never looks right. Never looks right at all. All right, so I am John Mason. You have to clarify who you are immediately, and then you know what you want. 16 a 16-year-old who is interested in acquiring a driver's license. Necessities, criteria. Yeah, I like requirements. Criteria might be okay. Necessities sounds a little strange. It's CENCE. Oh man, are we gonna have a debate about how license is spelled? With the S is either noun or verb, while the C is noun only, I believe. Anyway, I'm willing to lose a half mark for the C or the S. All right, so I am John Mason, a 16-year-old who is interested in acquiring a driver's license. And then I'll mention how I tried calling these bloody people and nobody picked up the phone. Yeah. So having been unable to reach anyone at the local licensing office. So yeah, called and couldn't get to anybody. So having been unable to reach anyone at the local licensing office via telephone. Telephone sounds so old school. And let me spice it up a little. Even after several attempts, it's not a lot of complaint, but I did try calling many times. I'm sending an email. Why am I sending? I'm sending, let me say, I'm sending this email uh, in hopes of gaining some clarity. In hopes of gaining some clarity on the requirements for obtaining, what is this? Obtaining a driver's license. Yeah. Does this sound like a good opening paragraph? I think we should also add, I trust that as, and I put these in capital, head of the, what was it? Head of the traffic department of the Royal St. Thomas Force. I trust that as the head of the traffic department, head of the traffic department of the Royal St. Taba Police Force, you will be able to assist me. All right. So, do we think this is a clear first paragraph? So, the first paragraph has to do a number of things. In any email you send, you have to introduce yourself. It would be rude to be talking to somebody and not telling them who you are. Introduce yourself. Acknowledge that you know who they are. So, you're not a scammer. You know who you're talking to. And tell them why you're talking to them. Who are you? I know who you are. This is why we're having this conversation. Is that all made clear here? And yes, of course, you're going to use transitions to link ideas just the same. Transitional words isn't just for summary. We touched on summary yesterday. We used a number of transitions, but you use transitions where necessary in any type of writing. Even in a story, you can use transitions to change scenes, to sequence events, to introduce opposing ideas and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. And yes, as Panda is saying, if you're stuck on a word that looks funny when you spell it, just move on. If you have time and you can review it and change the spelling, but one misspelled word, one single misspelled word will not cost you a mark. Many misspelled words will cost you some marks. All right, so this paragraph looks good. We have like the general purpose stated here. I want to I've mentioned who I am. I know who you are. I've tried calling the office. I need to know about how to get a license. So So that's done. That's done. Uh, yeah, kind of mentioned that, but it's fine. And now I'm going to see the bullet points to or substitute it, as Kimberly says. Use a synonym. Unfortunately for me, there's no real synonym for license. There's. You can close the door, please. All right, let's jump to paragraph 2. So we're consulting the bullet points. Um, we need to learn about all of these things. First, right? Please inform me of the minimum age, minimum age to acquire a driver's license. See. Yeah. So first, please, blah blah blah. Minimum age. Good. I need to know about the test, theory, and practical. And okay, so let's mention that. The tests. CSEC just wants to know that you're able to convert bullet points into flowing, sensible sounding sentences. Yeah. So first, please inform me of the minimum age to acquire a driver's license. Second, and these are transitions, first, second. Please let me know what tests. I could say inform, but I already said inform, so I'll say let me know. So as to not be too repetitive. Please let me know what tests, in brackets, theory and or practical I need to take. Let me know what tests I need to take. There's one more thing about the tests. So look at this now. Remember, they're checking for how well you can format, how well you can organize the information, right? So since we're talking about the tests, why don't we just throw this point in? Test days. Because this is a natural connection here, right? So we're gonna do that next. So you can choose how you order the points. You order them in the most logical possible way. So second, please let me know what tests, theory and or practical I need to take, as well as like the dates they can be taken on, something like that. As well as on what days said tests can be taken. Yeah. So please let me know what tests I need to take, as well as on what days said tests can be taken. What else do we need to know? The length of time and then the cost. So you see, when you're doing the section B, you're going to be doing lots of back and forth because there's a lot of content that you're given that you need to include. Yeah, the back and forth is a little annoying because I'm scrolling. Yeah. So I can say additionally. So each time I introduce a new piece of the request or a new point, I need a little transition, right? So additionally, please, I don't want to say inform again. I don't want to say let me know again. Please, whatever. I might review it. Please let me know, or please inform me of the wait time between passing the test and receiving the license. Passing the test. Yeah. And what else? One more point. The cost of the driver's license. Notify. Notify is a nice one. Please notify. Okay, I can live with notify. Thank you, Shaquille. And so the last thing, so since we're dealing with the last point, we can use finally as our transition. So finally, please send. Notice I'm using please. I'm using polite language. You should be polite in your email. Please send a breakdown of the costs associated with obtaining the license. Yeah. 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 Very info heavy question, Panda. There's so much information that we just have to include. And so this ends up being a longer than usual email. Rundown is a nice word. Rundown is a nice word, Jonathan. I like rundown. As opposed to breakdown. Yes, it's nice. So all right, I have that, I have that, and I have that. Okay. All right. So now we just need to close off. We need to close off. So thank you for reading my email. Yeah. Thank you for reading my email. I look forward to, I await your reply. Is a nice way to say it. I look forward to your assistance, because it's not just response, it's assistance. I look forward to your assistance. All right, I think that's a good body. It's a good body. And now we just need to have regards and name. We can say kindest regards. All the there are many fancy ways of doing the closing, but I'll just say regards. Regards. And do I skip a line? I won't skip a line. I'll skip a line. Nah, John Mason. Regards, John Mason. So yeah, you can. Yeah, I await your response is fine as well. But because I'm really asking for assistance, I wanted to put in the word assistance. Yeah. So yeah, you can beef up the information. So CSEC gives you the bullet points, and you add in some things to connect the dots and make it sound like it's a real world email, right? So I actually added a few things. For example, I added the email addresses. CSEC didn't give me that. What else did I add? I didn't add very much actually, because CSEC gave me a lot of information to include. Yeah, you can use yours sincerely. That's also nice. But yeah, if CSEC gives you just a little bit of information and you need to flesh out a whole letter, then you beef it up with additional content that fits the original content. So it can't contradict anything, but you can add more context, add more volume. Yeah. But anyway, I think I don't need to add anything because I have 2 paragraphs and 1 short closing paragraph. So I think that's enough. And I have these. About the line skipping, yeah, you know what? Consult the teachers, consult whoever is teaching you. But I skip a line here because it's an email and the formatting kind of looks like this in reality. You know, it's not all jumbled up. Yeah. So I skip the lines. What's the word limit? There's actually no word limit for section B. It's the only section that doesn't give you a word limit. So what it means is you have to figure it out based on the amount of information required. Yeah. So a notice can be written in 2 short paragraphs, whereas an email like this might need 2 beefier paragraphs. If you're writing an article, you might be reaching 4 or 5 paragraphs. So it just depends. Is it necessary to give a recommendation or suggestion? It depends on what you're writing. Here, it's necessary to say, I look forward to your assistance. Yeah. Average amount of time you should spend on this section? Well, CSEC makes that easy for us. They say 30 minutes. CSEC suggested time 30 minutes. So you might not need all of 30 minutes for this. I think you could use this section if you get like a very short piece of writing to do. You could use this section to make up on time if you spend too long on the summary. So let's say you get a really tough summary and it took you 50 minutes, 55 minutes, you just couldn't figure it out. You could probably save some time in this section if you get to write like a notice or a memo or like a short email. If you have to write an article or a report, it might take more time. So it's difficult to predict how much time it's going to take in section B because there's such a wide variety of question types. All right, let's double check all of this. From johnmason123@gmail.com to David Kenneth at tabofforce.com. Subject: driver's license requirement inquiry. Dear Kenneth Davy, I am John Mason, a 16-year-old who is interested. Oh, by the way, I've written the numeral 16 here. It's kind of a rule of thumb. If you're writing a number that's 10 or under, you write out the word. For example, 10-year-old, you write TEN year old. If you're writing the word the number 9, you write out 9. But if the number is above 10, you write the numeral. So I have 16 written in numeral here. Okay, I am John Mason, a 16-year-old who is interested in acquiring a driver's license. Having been unable to reach anyone at the local licensing office via telephone, even after several attempts, I am sending this email in hopes of gaining some clarity on the requirements for obtaining a driver's license. I trust that as head of the traffic department of the Royal St. Taba Police Force, you will be able to assist me. First, please inform me of the minimum age required. Please inform me of the minimum age requirement. Please inform me of the minimum age requirement. Yeah, I like that word. The minimum age requirement to acquire the minimum age requirement to acquire a driver's license. Second, please let me know what tests, theory and or practical I need to take as well as on what days said tests can be taken. Additionally, please notify me of the wait time between passing the tests and receiving the license. Finally, please send a breakdown of the costs associated with obtaining the license. Thank you for reading my email. I look forward to your assistance. Regards, John Mason. No signature necessary. Yeah, I wanted to write something like this, but that sounded so wordy. Sounded so wordy. Minimum age at which one may acquire. Ah, man. Yeah, but yeah, in the exam, I might play around with that phrasing a little bit because I don't love how that sounds, and nothing seems to sound right to me right now. All right. Anyway, I think this is a proper email, and I think I've covered all of the points. I'm seeing some chatter about summary. I did summary yesterday, so watch that session later. Do you need to repeat, please? Where did I repeat, please? Let me see. Uh, where do I have, please? I'm touching on all the sections, Pinky. Don't worry. Yesterday was summary. Today is expository. Tomorrow is story slash narrative writing, and then on Monday we wrap it up with the essay section. I said, please here. Additionally, but it would sound kind of harsh to say additionally notify me, right? Maybe kindly is okay. Additionally, kindly could use kindly. Mm. Yeah, the summary is section A. So if section A has you stumped, that's gonna break your confidence for the entire exam. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I think we can call it a day for this question. Right. You just review and you make sure that there are no spelling errors and stuff like that. We're gonna move on to one final section B question. So let's take a 2 minute BRB. Let's take a 2 minute BRB and come back for one more question and then we'll call it a day for now. All right. So take a short break, 2 minutes. Back to the planning. No. Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes. What's going on? What's going on? Are we back? Are we all ready to rumble? Tell me yes in the chat. What is this? 20 new comments? Is there a rebellion being incited? What did I miss? Talking about summary. Eh? Yeah, CSEC summary seems to be the trickiest section for most students. It seems that way. All right, ready to rumble? See if you can touch a letter, and then by then we might be tired enough to call it a day. All right, let's jump. Let's jump. This is January 2022. January 2022. That's what we're looking at right now. Yeah, lucky. All right, let's go down to section B. Sir, 5 more. You want me to do 5 more? Can you manage? Can you manage? I can manage, you know. Can you manage 5 more? All right, here we go. I'll give you guys 10 minutes to read through this. Some of you might be familiar with these past paper questions because you've been practicing a lot. But for those who have been asleep at the wheel, I'll give you 10 minutes to read through this question and then we'll jump into a possible approach. All right, let's run it. 10 minutes. Get reading. Interesting. Yeah, questions are very often reused. A report, maybe not today, but maybe at some point. I'll try to release more content outside of the live sessions, maybe in community posts and so on. So once you're subbed, once you're subscribed to the channel, you'll be able to see my community posts and stuff like that. Yeah. There's only so much I can do in the lives. All right, you guys have 8 more minutes. The stream isn't stuck. We're reading the passage. We're reading the passage. We're not stuck. All right. I'm just giving you a few minutes to read the question. Yeah. I'll keep in motion so you guys know I'm still here. Yeah, no dancing tonight, but we're not stuck. We're alive. We're still alive. We're alive. All right, 2 more minutes. This is section B, Chavanese. Expository. All right, we should be good. We should be ready to go. I just got an email from a colleague who is in on the live, and he gave me a good idea. So instead of making this too easy for you guys and spoon feeding you, I'll allow you to write. I'll allow you to attempt this. So what we'll do is I'm gonna take you through the planning section, and we're gonna pick out what the relevant points that we need to include. And after that, I'll give you 20 minutes. I'll give you 20 minutes to actually craft a proper answer that you would give to CSEC. And what I'll do is I'll give you an email to which you can send your answer, and I can bring it up on screen and see where you are. And then I'll show you my answer. Let's do it like that. All right. So I'll take you through the planning because this is our third expository question. So we should be confident enough to do the writing. But first, we will go through the planning together. So by now, pressure boy, Jody says, yeah, man, pressure. You're lucky we're only doing one. Yeah. What if I were to say, come, we're going to do 5 past papers in a row? Then you would see pressure. That would give me even, yeah, man, 5 past papers in a row. I think that would be pressure even for me. But good pressure. Once you come out alive, it's good pressure. All right. Step 1. My step 1 is always to head to the planning box and write down the format. That's how I approach my section B. So on the left side, we're gonna write the format that we're gonna use, and on the right side, we're gonna write down the important points that we have to include. So on the left, we have the letter format that we need to get clear. Do we know how to format a letter? My address. So you're gonna put your address. What do you put after your address? You put the date. What do you put after the date? You put the name of addressee, name of the person you're sending the letter to. If necessary, you put the title of addressee. So the name and the title of whomever is sending the letter. And then you put, we're looking at the title or position. This is a school. It might be a company sometimes, but in this case, it's a school. So name of school comes next. And you're going to be skipping a line after each element. So after your address, you skip a line. After the date, you skip a line, and so forth. Right? The name of addressee, title of addressee, and name of school. All of this can be in one block. And after that, you put the school. Where am I? I have my address, and then I have the date, and then the name of the addressee, title of the addressee, and then the name of the school, and then the school address, so address of school. Yeah, it can be written in block or semi-block style. I'm gonna write this in block because it's just easier. It's easier to not have paragraphs to contend with, not have indenting to contend with. It's a little bit easier. And everything is flushed on the left, right? So everything is left aligned. And after the address of the school, skip a line again, and you have dear whomever. And then you're gonna have the body of the letter. The letter body is gonna be, for a letter, let's say 3 to 4 paragraphs. And in those 3 to 4 paragraphs, you're gonna need an introductory paragraph. You're gonna need the body paragraph, which has basically all of the details, and then you have like a conclusion paragraph that's going to be like a call to action kind of thing. Yeah. And then you wrap it up with something like yours sincerely or yours truly, and then it's signature and name. All right, this is the letter format that I use. My address, skip a line. Date, skip a line. Name and title of addressee, name of school, name of address, dear body. Do you need a subject? You may add a subject. If you're writing a letter, it's not compulsory. If you're writing an email, you must have a subject line. If you're writing a letter, you may have a subject line. I do not include a subject line. All right, that aside, does this format look good to you guys? Is this what you're familiar with in terms of letter format? Yeah, looks good. Format looks good. Yeah. So you go into the exam, you divide up the planning page, you write out the format on the left. So that means you can keep track of the information and make sure that you're presenting it in the correct format, the correct way. Now on the right, we're going to do as we did before. We're going to pinpoint, we're going to write down the important points that we need to include. So after we go through these points, I'm going to allow you to write the letter and send it to me, and I'll see what you've come up with. But before that, let's go through and highlight important points. So Let me know in the chat. What is the first important point? First important point. Name of addressee. Or you're saying that's an important point? The first important point is who you are. The mother of Ryoko Walton. That's her name. That's why. So we're highlighting things that we must include in our letter, right? We have to include the fact that this is the character we're playing. Yeah, we're the child's mother. That's important. We need to hint. So basically, all of this is important. We're just separating this into the different points to include. Because for section B, we don't really get useless information that we can ignore. We have to include everything. So the aim of this is to separate the points into different elements that we can keep track of. So we are the mother. The next thing is we need to inform the principal that her sons, which is my sons, the mother's sons, school uniforms and books were destroyed. They were destroyed in the recent floods that swept the country. We have to include that flood. And it's important, the name of the school, Trinity High School. Mrs. Aveng is the principal's name. So all of these things are important. What I'm doing with the colors here is I am trying to separate the different points so nothing ends up being missed. All right, and I can use underlining as well to do that. Ryoko. All right, that is my son's name. His form is important as well. A student of form for business. Yeah, that's important. And we know that he will not be able to attend school in uniform for how long? For the next 2 weeks. All right. And in those 2 weeks, we're going to get some new uniforms. Ryoko's mother needs to ask permission. So permission to attend school out of uniform and without textbooks. And this is the reason why. Don't want him to miss any classes. So what I'm doing, all of this ugly marking up, I am just absorbing the information, going point by point to figure out all the different things that must be included in the letter. Right? Make sure to include all the relevant information in the letter so that we are fully aware of the situation. Right? And we're writing the letter that Ryoko Walton's mother would write to the principal. So we're not writing as Ryoko. We're writing as Ryoko's mother. As usual, we have the same kind of information here. They're checking our format. It must look like a letter. It shouldn't look like an email or something else. It must look like a letter with all the addresses and the names and the salutation, all that stuff. You must select the relevant and complete information. And we have all this information here from which to choose. Well, not choose, we're using all of it. We just need to make sure it's complete and it's well written. We're going to organize, so we might be reordering how this information is presented so that the letter flows. And while we organize, we're going to add a little bit of extra stuff to fill in the blanks and make it sound realistic. All right, the expression, how do we say what we say? And of course, we need good grammar, sentence structure, blah, blah, blah. All right. So based on all of this markup up here, and I'm looking at all of this markup on another screen, so I can see it everywhere. The important points that I would want to note is, first of all, this is a letter of request. I need to know what kind of letter this is, right? It's a letter of request. I'm requesting permission for my son to do blah, blah, blah. Right? I can put that in brackets. Asking for permission. This is the aim, and the aim of the letter is going to inform the tone of the letter. What do I mean by this? If you are requesting something, then you cannot write the letter being sarcastic or being caustic or being, high and mighty. You're writing the letter to appease someone. You want to get someone on your side so they do something for you. So the language is going to be formal, it's going to be cordial, it's going to be professional, it's going to be the kind of language that would get somebody to say yes to you. All right, so it's important to maintain a certain kind of tone as you write. It's basically how your voice sounds through the letter. All right, so other important points here. So info to include. I'm just gonna convert all of this to notes so that it's easier for my brain. You can skip this step and just go straight from looking at this to writing, or you can fill out this right column here with information if that helps you process the information. So info to include. I am what's my name? Mary Walton. I am Miss Mary Walton, mother of Ryoko Walton. All right. What's the next thing? Next piece of information based on this. Next piece of information. Let me know. Next piece of information. So all of this information that we have marked up, that we have separated into different points, let's write them down in bullet form to help ourselves. All right, Jody says name of school and principal. Yeah, that's important stuff. So I'm writing to the principal. So my son is Ryoko Walton, and I'm writing on behalf of him. Yeah, the reason for writing, Tivia, that I think is critical. So reason for writing is asking for permission for Ryoko to attend school is without textbooks and uniform for 2 weeks. Yeah, the purpose of the letter. And we know that they were destroyed in the flood, right? Yeah, the uniform and books were destroyed in a flood. So they were destroyed by flood. All right. So we're just rewording, we're rewriting the whole thing so that it becomes clearer in our minds. That's what we're doing right now. It's not pointless. It's not pointless. What else? What else do we need to include? Well, we know we're getting the new uniforms in 2 weeks, right? New uniforms in 2 weeks. We're going to need to include that somewhere. What else? And we can add that the flood was countrywide. That might be important. We can play that up because the principal should know about a flood if it's countrywide, right? So you aren't informing her that, guess what, there was a flood. She should know that the flood happened. if it happened across the entire country. Yeah, so we could add that. Someone says, Glenica says, give more details on the flood. Um, we could add some flood details. We could specify how the things were destroyed if we want to. Yeah. All right, that's cool. Anything else that we want to include in the letter? See, the mother says she doesn't want Ryoko to miss classes. And that's why she wants permission for him to attend school, even though, things aren't perfect. What else do we need to add? What about Ryoko's form name? Right? He's in form 4 business. Of course, we need the principal's name, Miss Aveng, Mrs. Aveng. Mrs. Aveng. And the school name is Trinity High School. This is the principal. Trinity High School is the name of the principal. State where he's staying at the present moment. But did he say that? So the flood might have dislocated him. So he might be staying somewhere else. So that could be just more flood details. So if the flood caused them to have to move and stuff like that. That might be a bit too much to add, but I guess you could add that. Anything else that we definitely have to add? All right, this might be it. We're still gonna be checking the question itself as we write. But your planning section can look like this, basically. That's the point I'm making. On the left, you have the format that you're gonna follow. On the right, you have points that you need to include. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna use one naughty letter. I'm gonna give you guys. All right, let me see if I can organize this part of it, so that we can move smoothly without wasting time. What is the best way for me to see your work? It might be email. Yeah, it might be email. So I want you to attempt screenshot this planning page. This might help you out. And then, all right, done with that. Have the planning page. And screenshot the question page. All right. So I'm going to give you 20 minutes because it's a 30-minute section and you might spend 10 minutes planning. So I'm going to give you 20 minutes to actually write this letter with the perfect format. Making sure that your organization and expression are excellent. Grammar, sentence structure, all that is good. So write and review. And then I want you to email me this letter and I'm going to check it on screen. Check it on the live. Yeah. Yeah, man. I can't be here doing all the work. Sure. So let me put up a notice of what we're doing, of what's going to be happening here. Attempt this question. 20 minutes and email me your answer. All right, are we good with this task? Are we good with the time given? 20 minutes. Let me see your letter. We already have the heavy lifting done because we have the planning done, we have the format sorted out. It's just to put all of this on paper now. Yeah. Go back to the planning page. Okay. Here's the planning page. $15. I think we need 20 minutes. Some of us might need 20 minutes. 20 minutes. All right, I'm gonna drop my email. Email do I give you guys? Let me give you my official email. AdamWeb@CSECEnglish.com. All right, that is the email. Oh, it seems I can't have the email and the instructions up, right? All right. Wait a minute. Give me a second. Let me. Sha. What's going on? I can't edit this. All right, this should be good. All right, so I'll give you guys 20 minutes starting now. Let me get a timer up as well. You guys will not be able to see the timer. Anyway, just count 20 minutes from now. Not seeing it clearly. Do you need the planning page or the question page? If I make this any bigger, some things are gonna be cut off, I believe. Hey, I'm not giving any more hints, no man. Run the question. Run the question. No more hints. Back up to the question. All right. If you need the planning page, just take a screenshot. I'm gonna leave it at the question. Take a screenshot or or a picture of this page so I can go back to the question. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it up here. Yes, Peter Gay. You're gonna write your address, then the date, then the person who you're sending it to. That person's address comes after the date. Yeah. Yeah, this should be up on YouTube. It should be up on YouTube. Okay. 20 minutes have passed. I know some people gave up on this stream and went to bed, but others of you are still here. And I see a few emails. So that's good. See a few emails. I'll give another few seconds to those still submitting, and in the meantime, I'll try to access them in a safe way. Let's see. Dorky, it took a quick nap 1 hour ago. All right, a few persons have sent theirs in. All right. All right, let's see. Accessing these will be a little tricky. I have all sorts of emails in my inbox that I don't want to expose. So guess what? I'm gonna kill the screen sharing for a moment. Then I'm gonna access some stuff here because accessing them on the tablet will allow me to mark them up more easily than on the PC. So if you still need this screen here, take a screenshot quickly. I'm gonna get rid of it in a moment. Can you do some email writing? Nathaniel, where have you been? We have done email writing. All right, bam. Give me a moment now. I'll access some stuff here, some of your works, and start marking them up. While you were sleeping, dark fade, I was gaming. You know this game? Advance Wars. Top strategy game. Anyway, let me bring up the email here. Bring up the email here. Go here. Let's see. You miss gaming? What kind of games I play, man? All right. Some of the emails are in Google Docs. Google Docs kinda makes things. Fortnite. So joke thing that man. Joke thing. Real men play Call of Duty. About Fortnite. What kind of Fortnite, man? All right, let me see if I can bring up some stuff. In my university days, I used to spend hours schooling big men in Call of Duty, headshot after headshot. Nobody saw or knew how they were dying. They just knew that they couldn't walk 4 meters on the field without their heads opening up, blood gushing out gorily. That was me. Call of Duty. All right. The files sent via Google Docs, I'll get to them last, unfortunately. For the others, uh, okay. Let me see. Is it okay to show the emails? What do I have here? I have you guys' names. I guess these might be your real names, so I'm not sure if it's gonna be safe. All right, give me a moment. I might not have thought this through. Give me 2 minutes. For those still sending in stuff, keep sending in stuff. I'm gonna open a Word doc and I'm gonna copy and paste your stuff into this. All right, cool. Let me try copying into GoodNote. That might also work. All right, exciting news. My colleague has just joined me on stream to help me with some marking, some assessment and feedback. So welcome, Gavin. Thanks for being here.
All right, thanks, Sano. Good morning. Good
Yeah,
morning, guys.
yeah. Gavin here. Gavin, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself while I sort out the email side of things. Kill some time for me.
I'm simply passionate about offering support and benefiting from support systems that are available. I think that's about it.
All right, all
All right.
right. Yeah, man. So I have everything up in the emails here, but I think it might be a little risky to show the whole email system because people's real names and photos are here. So I didn't think this through. I'm just pasting the works in a new document here, and then I can bring them up. Yeah. New. Oh my gosh, give me a new document. Yeah. All right, paste. Okay, I guess this can kind of work. Okay, I want to change the page rotation. All right, give me 1 more minute, guys. I'm gonna get this thing sorted out right now. Rotate this page. Oh my gosh, no. That's madness. I'm gonna get this sorted out. Back. Ta, ta, ta. Change page template to landscape. All right, I think we can actually start checking some stuff now. So I'm gonna share screen again. Sorry about the delay. Sometimes these things have some unforeseen issues that just come up. Ta-da-da-da-da. Share, present. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. All right, bam. All right, so Gavin, we're on the left hand side here, and the work submitted should be on the right.
All right, great.
All right, are you seeing some street place and whatnot? Are you seeing this work here? Minimum, and Gavin, I can tackle some of the questions coming in the chat as well, as you see fit. For example, what
Okay.
is the minimum number of paragraphs? What's your take?
All right. All right. No problem.
I mean, I think 3 paragraphs are good usually. 2 to 3 paragraphs. All right, so Kevin, what do you think about this one? I'm the only one who can actually mark it up, unfortunately, but
Yeah, no problem. So the reason for writing is established in the introductory paragraph that I'm seeing. So Miss Mary, Miss Mary Walton, mother of Eric Walton, a student of St. Mark's College in Form 4. Yes,
yeah,
request your permission for Eric to attend school without his school uniform and textbook for the next two. So the reason for writing is clearly established in the first paragraph there, and that's what should happen. So the student
nice.
must clearly identify the reason and the specific issue or problem that is being faced in this particular scenario. All right. Then in the subsequent paragraph, you should detail the problem, the issue.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And are we seeing all of the relevant details here?
All right.
This
So
seems this seems a little short, so I'm worried that we're not getting all the details.
yeah, we'll just go through that shortly.
Let me see. And for those at home, it's impossible to have everything on the screen. So hopefully you have those screenshots so you can reference the question as we go along, right? And this is from Dork. This is from Dork V. This is your letter. Thanks for submitting this. We're gonna roast you kindly. I am Miss Mary Walton, mother of Ryoko Walton. So we know who you are. That's good. Establish who you are of St. Mark's College. Is it St. Mark's College? I think they gave us the name of the school,
No, it's Trinity High. That is it. It's Trinity High School.
Trinity High. So
Yeah, so we need
CSEC,
to.
CSEC could knock you right here.
Yeah.
So make sure that you're not making up information that you should already have from the question. So that's good. Establish yourself. We know what class. I will know what student. Okay. I'm writing to request permission. All right. So yeah, the first paragraph I think is fairly effective in establishing why you're writing the letter. That's good. To an unalerted major flood. Is that a
Yeah. It's an on. So
that's a
then the
strange
countryside where we
adjective?
live. All right. Yeah. So I'm just looking at that sentence now. So due to an unalerted major flood in the countryside where we live, a majority of our household items were lost, including documents. All right. So we're seeing some examples there, but we don't want to deviate too much from the facts presented in the scenario.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it was so recent floods actually swept the entire country. So the country was hit by floods. All right, so that has to
Yeah.
be established. So exactly what happened, all right, and this is not really clearly captured here. I think there's a limitation here where the student presented the situation as though it was just limited to the countryside. So due to
Yeah.
the flood in the countryside.
and it's countrywide, so
And
not just the
it's
countryside,
countrywide,
right?
yeah.
So you might think we're nitpicking, guys, but CSEC knows what details are given to you. So you have to, those details have to reflect in the letter. And here, there's maybe too much deviation from the point. So too many unnecessary details. Unnecessary because, majority of household items, I know you're trying to build the context, but you don't have to really list out all of these things that were lost, because the point is uniform and textbooks, right?
So,
Yeah,
okay.
will be
So how do we
replacing.
address this now? So we are contextualizing the issue, right?
Yeah.
So we know some of the details were offered that recent floods hit the country. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
as a result of that, Ryoka's the Sun School uniform and books were destroyed, right? So that needs to be established. All right. So as you may be aware, are we editing as we go along, or
Yeah, man, we can edit. We can do anything.
all right? Would be replaced in 2 weeks. So we currently residing in family members until situation is. So some details they are relevant, but
Mm-hmm.
we need to ensure that we accurately and completely capture the facts that are presented in the scenario there.
Mm-hmm. And another thing, so there are many good points about this essay. um but we are focusing on where we can improve, right? So we're not trying to be harsh. We're trying to pinpoint issues that might cause it to lose some marks. So here you say we are currently residing with a family member until blah blah blah. This ending to me comes out of left field. It's a little random to end like this, because the ending of your letter should be as poignant, as important as the beginning. So it has to tie back to what the question is asking you, to address. So you living with a family member, I mean, I'm not sure if that is super necessary to have right near the end. I like your closing. Thanks for your understanding and kindness in advance. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's a nice way of ending.
yeah,
But let me see if I can find some missing details. And in the chat, if you see some missing details, just comment them. I'm looking at the action plan here to see if you have everything. Have the name of the principal, blah blah blah. And we haven't touched on the format yet. I'm going to look at the format in a minute. Is the UR redundant? Is the UR redundant? What UR here? I think I see a detail that is missing. Didn't the question explicitly say that you, as the mother, do not want your son to miss classes?
yes. That's missing. I think a paragraph is missing, and that
Mm-hmm.
paragraph would capture the request. So
Yeah.
here it is that you are informing the principal of your predicament, your unfortunate situation, but it's not simply to inform. It's a dual purpose letter that is being written here. So one our purpose is to inform the principal of the effects of the flooding and to
Yeah.
also make a request for permission to be granted to the son, to Ryoko, to attend
Mm-hmm.
school without his school uniform and for the
Yeah,
next
I
week.
I agree. Yeah. So the detail on not wanting Ryoko to miss school, you could elaborate on that, on the importance of his studies and it's because we don't want him to miss classes why we're asking you to allow him to come to school. And another thing that might be necessary in a letter like this is you're making a request, right? So you're saying, please give me this. But in order for a letter of request to be to sound fair, or for it to have a high chance of being accepted, you have to then put forward what you can do to help the request move along smoothly. So you are saying here, please do this while I get this and that. But what is the compromise that you're making? What will you do in return or in the meantime? I think you could focus a bit more on that,
Yeah.
because this is two short paragraphs and one sentence, which means you have more room for words here. It's not a summary. You could add another full paragraph here. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So, in addition to that, the student would need to say what the 2 weeks uh, privilege of not wearing the uniform and having his textbooks would afford or would facilitate. So why is it
Mm-hmm.
that you're only requesting a 2 weeks waiver, if you want to,
Mm-hmm.
for lack of a better word?
Yeah.
Right?
So more details on the 2 week as the 2 week detail.
I- i-
Why
Is it
why do what
is
mm,
it that you will be able to acquire the uniform during this time? Have you made contact with any supplier who has
mm-hmm.
committed to ensure that these will be available within the next 2 weeks? All right.
Yeah.
So anything relative to that? Why
So
two
it's
weeks?
it's mentioned here, but it could elaborate a little bit on that.
Very nice. Yeah, in
Yeah.
which books and material which will be replaced in 2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah. So it could elaborate a bit more on that.
Yes. Oh, I missed that too.
Yeah. And then you are saying, let us please allow my son to show up without a uniform. So I think you should put forward how you can make that a more comfortable scenario. For example, my son will be willing to adhere to a tentative dress code in the meantime. You know,
Yes.
you want your son to show up without a uniform, so explain to the principal how that would work, how it would look, because you want to. It's a little bit of a persuasive piece, a bit of a persuasive piece. You want to persuade the principal to take your side and to allow your son to, attend school without books and uniform. So you have to let the principal feel a bit more comfortable in the idea that you know things things can progress nicely in those 2 weeks.
Good.
So it's I think it comes down to fully reading the prompt carefully, and we did the planning, fully reading the prompt and identifying all of the points that need to go in, because even something as simple as this the school name, you lose points for no reason right there. Yeah. What about the format? Is the format looking good? I wish you hadn't written someplace street. I know it should be generic, but make
Yes.
then make
Yeah.
up a name. Yeah.
Yes. And the name so the principal's name is presented.
Mm.
Her position, the name of the organization is presented, but it's not accurate.
Mm. Yeah, do we have the Saint Marks?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And the country. So for the address, it's like we need three levels here of the address. So basically, what avenue, or what small street number and stuff like that, and then you go out two times. For example, in my letter, I have 77 Sunny Heights, Green Park Avenue. So something that sounds a bit more realistic. Wicker Gardens. These are made up places, but they sound like real places, right? I'm guessing you wouldn't write this in the exam, but maybe you just put some placeholders. So I understand. And then the date, I think this format would be accepted. Um, you have that. What about the school address? School address.
To the future.
Wouldn't we need the address of the school after the school name?
Yes.
So you have the person, the school, and then the school's address after that. All right, so you're missing that. You have the salutation, and these are good. All right, so some work would be needed on the format, and some you could have an entire paragraph in the middle here to flesh out more of the details. Yeah, pretty much. I think it's a worthy attempt, and you did it. You were rushed, so don't feel bad. It's a worthy attempt, but just be mindful of these common mistakes, because they're common mistakes actually. Common mistakes. All right, shall we move on to another of the letters? Maybe we can go through a couple more. All right, let me move on to another one. Let me load it up. Load it up. Load it up. All right. Oh man, so many entries. Can't do all of them, but this one comes in. We're seeing two pictures here. Somebody say mine, sir. I think this is random. Let's see. I want to open this in Good Notes. All right, give me a second. Lots of different formats here. So, all right, copy. Let me continue here. Oh, right. Let's see. All right, I have some handwriting that I'm trying to get on the screen properly. It's taking a little bit of effort, but I'm getting there. All right, back into this. Copy, paste. All right, I think the second one is ready. Let's see. Bam. All right, who is this? What do we have here? All right, see if you can get a full view of this. So this one continues down to here, but I guess can't really see both pages at once. Is this visible? Doing my best with the visuals here. All right, so looking at the format, I have your address. Somebody said this is a large indentation. Oh boy. Okay, Zerb Live, this is you. All right, brave soul, brave soul. All right, so we have your address. Your address is here. I think you could add one more line to your address before I get to. It might not be necessary to say Trinidad West Indies. It's not an international letter, so just your like street, town, city should be enough for a local letter. Just sending to your principal. So even how you write the address will depend on the context of the letter, who you're sending it to, how far it's going. But anyway, it's an address, and then you have the date. That date is okay. You have the name of the addressee, the title, the school, and the uh, this address line belongs below. Each line of the address, each segment of the address is in a line below. So this Port of Spain should be below Trinity Lane. But apart from that, the format looks good so far. Dear Mrs. Aveng, that's good. All right. Format looks good so far. Gavin.
Yeah, I think so. And I agree with you with the sender's address that it could have been a bit more detailed. A
Mm.
suggestion to students is that they think of the triangle approach from specific to general when presenting the addresses. So for the sender's address, so from a specific point, so where exactly is the street name, where is the street located, the parish or city, in some
Mm-hmm.
instances, then the date. And we use the same approach with the recipient's details, the address. So the specific person that this is, the letter is being addressed to. If we don't know, we would the more specific information that we'll have is the title of the person, which will be the principal. All right, the name of the
Yeah.
organization, then the address of the organization. And I agree with you that Port of Spain should be presented underneath the street name. So think of a triangle when presenting that. So I think format is satisfactory. Formatting is good.
Mm-hmm.
I have an issue though with the first paragraph. So we have the salutation, dear Mrs. Aveng. This is a formal letter. All right. So
Mm-hmm.
also you're being graded for concise use of language. So language has to be used economically. So there's no need for the good day, Mrs. Aveng again.
Right.
So we need to get
Right.
straight to the point. Why are we writing? All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. So you already have the salutation. No need to have another salutation in the body. You
good.
just get to the purpose. The first line, the first two lines of a letter should establish why you're writing it. All right. So I am Mary Walton, the mother of Ryoka Walton, a Form 4 business student of Trinity High. All right. The purpose. The purpose what? What purpose? The purpose of this letter is to inform you of my son's lost, I guess should be lost here.
Okay, school uniform as well as.
Son's loss of his school uniforms as well as his textbooks. So this sentence could be broken up into two sentences. It's a little it goes on a bit too long, this sentence.
If I may add to,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that it's necessary to state or to mention that the purpose is. I think you could say, I write to inform you
Mm-hmm.
that my son, or you've already mentioned the name, so I am the mother, that my son will not be able to wear his school uniform and will not have his textbooks for the next 2 weeks. So in the introductory paragraph, all that the student needs to do is to establish the issue, the problem. So we don't
Yeah.
need to give the details, right? Because
Right.
in the subsequent paragraph that will be necessary. So all that should happen here is a clear reason for writing, and in this the student establishes the problem or the issue.
Mm-hmm.
There are two
Yeah.
issues that are presented here. He will not be able to wear his school uniform, and he will not have the requisite textbooks. All
Mm-hmm.
right, so we need to establish that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that could be revisited. See some semblance of suggestion that the student knows what is required here, but it's just how it's represented.
Mm-hmm.
So if could actually fix that. Let me see what the subsequent. As a result, Ryoko, so recent textbooks that due to the destruction of recent flood. Yes, it's the expression here. As a result, Ryoko will be unable to attend school in his uniform, not the possession of his textbook for the next 2 weeks.
No, Jody, don't be feeling stupid at all. None of that. None of that. We're just trying to catch some mistakes before CSEC catches the mistakes. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the details presented are relevant. It's just how to organize and clearly express them.
Yeah. I think for content, the student would get a reasonable mark for content.
I
For
agree.
expression and organization, maybe you would be found lacking a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. As a result, Ryoko will be unable to attend school in his uniform. So we needed to have established this long time because we're in paragraph 2 now.
Yes.
And with the so he will be unable to attend school in his uniform and with the possession of his textbooks for the next 2 weeks. Attend
Yes,
school with the possession of his textbook sounds like you're trying to fit too many nice words into a sentence. However, I do not want him to miss his classes. For this reason, I am requesting your permission and cooperation for Ryoko to attend school for the next 2 weeks without uniform and textbooks. So the letter so far feels a little repetitive with this whole uniform textbooks, but it feels like you're not getting straight to the point from the get go with what is happening. But the details are there, right? We just need to trim it down and get to the point. During this period, I will attain the uniform and new textbooks. I look forward to your acknowledgement and sympathy. You don't want to write that. You're not seeking sympathy, you're seeking cooperation, right? Not sympathy. Thank you in advance for a speedy, favorable and sincere response. Are you trying to guilt the principal? Yours sincerely, Mary Walton, signature and name. So your format is looking good, not perfect, but good. You have most of the things in place. Just work on the address. Work on getting to the point from line 1 or line 2, right? And
Um,
yeah.
could we just quickly suggest the organization? So what you identified here in the second paragraph, I know
Mhm.
worker will be unable to attend school. I think this student will need to bring that up into the first paragraph. That's what should be there. All right. So worker will
Yeah.
be unable to attend school. So I write to inform you that worker will be unable to attend school. So that should go to the first paragraph there. There's something awkward about the expression here, and I understand where Raka will be unable to attend school in his uniform and with the possession of his textbook for the next 2 weeks. That is not so clear. My suggestion to the student here is to put that in a separate sentence. So
Right.
challenge where expression is concerned there because you're trying to fit two ideas or two issues in the sentence, then it's not fluid. So
Yeah.
it's best to use a separate sentence. So additionally, he will not be in possession of his textbooks for the of his
Yeah.
text. All right,
Yeah.
so we
That would be
establish
it would
that
be
in
easier. Yeah.
yes, and then
So
we give no. Sorry,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
sorry. So in the following paragraph, in paragraph 2, the student should know detail the problem.
Mm-hmm.
When did the problem occur? All right, what exactly is the problem? So when did the problem occur? How did it happen? All
Mm-hmm.
right. So that needs to be to be established in the second paragraph. So it's a recent floods that hit the country. Maybe many homes were destroyed as a result, or home was also negatively impacted. We lost all of our possessions, and then you could include, including Ryoka's textbooks and uniforms.
Yeah.
Right? And it could maybe make representation of some of the issues associated with that. Then we lead into the request, which should be another paragraph, a third paragraph.
Yeah, that would be one way to organize the points.
Yes.
Yeah. For this reason, I'm requesting your permission and cooperation
Okay, things, the
for the
next two
next
weeks.
2 weeks.
And I like that. See, yeah, that paragraph could work.
Yeah, man. The expression is good here.
Yes. Starting with for this reason, it should be in a paragraph by itself.
Yeah, so when I have these kind of indicators where you're obviously going after a new point, that's it's an opportunity to start a new paragraph.
Yes, and there's no cogency. So the link between, so for this reason, what is the reason? Because one would assume that the reason would have been mentioned just earlier.
Just before, yeah.
We're not seeing the link between that sentence, which starts with for this reason, and the previous sentence.
So what we could do, we could put this in a separate paragraph and start it with considering this,
Yes.
or or in light of this,
Yes.
or just something to link everything that came before with what's going to come after. But for this reason, it gives
Yes.
the impression that you just mentioned the reason.
And
You
we're not
didn't
seeing
mention
this.
a reason just a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point too. Yeah. All right. I want to touch on as many as possible. So the feedback will not be extremely detailed, but let's see if we can at least give a couple of pointers. Yeah. All right. Let me see if I can draw for another one. So while I load them up, I will just revert to the screen so I do not accidentally, dox anybody, show people's information and stuff like that. All right. Trying to work from the order in which they were sent. This person sent 3. My gosh, what's going on? All right, I'll look at that a little later. All right, I like this one already. Let's see. Oh, come on, get back to it. Back to it. Select all. Copy. Bam. 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 Add a new page. Current template. All right. Should be ready for the next one. Bam. All right. Let me see if I can size this properly. All right. Can we see this clearly? This looks good. Yeah. So let's start with the formatting, Gavin. Formatting looking good. I like the address up top.
Yes, formatting is good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We have
for the most part there. Yeah.
we have 2. I would appreciate a third line for the address, but
For
I
the
mean,
address.
I
Yes.
won't kill you. I like to be thorough and give CSEC a little bit more than expected, and you'll be safe. So for the address, it's like you have something drive here, and then you have something town, other city below, or between drive and town, something else that's between drive and town.
And
So
that's it.
three
I agree with you
really
with
else.
the city.
Yeah, it can do like drive slash street slash lane in the first line. Second line you have
District.
town, district,
Yeah.
even village, and final line you have like city or
Parish or something.
parish, just a bigger set. So if you have three plus the date, then you should be really good right there. But these look good so far. The date is good. You have name and title. And again, this shouldn't be in one line. Yeah. Separate. So different line. And again, give us 3 lines of address. Trinity Road, Arima District, St. John. Yeah. That's an address. All right, let's get into the letter. Dear Mrs. Aveng. No indentation here. Miss me one time. All right. You see any issues with sentence 1, Gavin?
All right, I see that the student knows what is expected. So the reason is presented, but I think we are seeing additional information or details that should be represented in the following paragraph being featured in the introductory paragraph here. So the introductory paragraph could be a single sentence. All right, but as Miss Walton, mother of Ryoka Walton, in Form 4, I'm just looking at the the capitalization or the lack thereof for the Form 4 business student, because in this scenario, it's represented in capitals. So Form 4 business appoints an established class, so we can't deviate from that.
Yeah.
But details are correct. So Form 4 student, I'm writing to you today to request that my son can attend. All right, so the reason for writing is there, but I think language again could be a bit more economical, a bit more concise. There are some details that are not needed. So I'm writing the to you could be deleted today. So I'm writing a request that my son and the expression here that my son can attend school.
That my son,
yeah,
I'm wishing to request
that my son is allowed to attend school.
or that my son attend school.
Attend school, yes. Out of uniform and without books for the next 2 weeks. Full stop. That's it.
Or is permitted to.
So yes.
Yeah.
For the next 2 weeks.
So
And
this detail could be added later down.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we
So
could
yeah.
Continue, sir.
Yeah, I'm just reiterating that the first few lines should establish what the situation is and why you're writing. All of the details, the when, the why, the how, you put that in the second paragraph. Yeah.
All right, so the sentence could start with as a result of the recent floods, because it's established in the scenario that it recently happened. So as a result of the recent floods, so we have to maintain that hit our country on, and well, the student have presented a date.
That occurred on
Yes, on the 9th of March 2021. We lost all of our possessions, and then you could zoom in on Ryoka's loss of textbooks and uniform there.
Yeah.
And maybe, so I think another missing piece of detail would be the effects or the consequences of this particular problem. So it resulted in her son's uniform and books being destroyed. What are the inconveniences associated with that? So that should complete the paragraph there. And then the request could be placed in another paragraph. So we need to develop the details of the problem. So when it occurred, the results or the effects or the consequences of the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah, this isn't too bad though.
Yes, it's not bad at all.
It's not
Yes,
bad,
very
and the
good.
formatting is pretty good. Just indent each paragraph if you're indenting. If you're doing the full block style, there should be no need to indent. But I can't indent one and then not indent the other.
Yes,
And maybe this is just formatting issue because they typed it, but should have some space. Yours respectfully, Miss Mary Walton. Yeah, the formatting is good. Details look okay. Addresses are semi okay.
yeah. The respectfully lowercase would be
Yeah.
expected.
No need
I
for
go,
capital or
yeah. And I look forward to hearing from you. Uh, it's fairly good too. But is it that the student just wants to hear from the principal? So maybe one of the more cliched approach could be I look forward to a favorable response from you soon or so.
yeah, or even I look forward to your assistance and understanding
In,
because you still
in,
want kind of a call to action at the end where I
yes,
want you to do something. That's the point.
exactly.
Not just respond, right? But actually take some kind of action on my behalf.
Yeah, and I like that the student used some words that would elicit uh, an emotional response somewhat from the principal. So the unfortunately and the completely destroyed. So we need to make an appeal,
Yeah,
since a letter of request. Right. So we need to see some sense of appeal in the letter there, and we're seeing it.
yeah. Appeal to emotion is there, but not too much. It's not
Yeah.
too emotional.
Yes.
Just the right amount. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Hopefully those pointers will help that student and Angel. That was yours. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Not bad. Not bad. All right. Let me see if we can do. If we can, let's see if we can do a few more. See if we can do a few more. Don't be too disappointed if I don't get to yours. Just can't get to all of them. All right. We have another one. All right. How is this looking? How is this looking? All right. Number 17, Golden Avenue, St. Clair. And then the date. Okay. Acceptable. What do you think about this date format, Gavin?
I wouldn't take this approach. I wouldn't advise this either. So
Yeah.
it's risky. But I think it's fair. But it's a formal letter, so we have to maintain the formality here. So we write the actual month, the date, and the day and the year.
Yeah. So write out the date
Formal letter,
as you
yes,
normally would.
yes,
Yeah. I mean the date is technically correct, but in terms of format for a formal letter, just keep it regular. March 10th, 2023, just a regular date. Yeah. This looks
yes,
like it's in Excel or something like that.
agreed.
All right. So the address is fine. As usual, I would appreciate a third line just to show CSEC that you know how the address should be structured. And we have
I've
the
been,
principal. It's good. This address is too short for the school.
so the student also knows that you need two addresses along with the date. Uh, So you've identified that went well with the addresses so far, but avenue, so we'll need to work on the use of capital letters there. So avenue, principal needs to start with a capital letter two. Mrs. Aveng, so remember we start from specific to general. So we are addressing Mrs. Aveng specifically. So that should be at the top of the recipient's detail here. So Mrs. Aveng, then her title or position, which is the principal. So we'll need to
Name then title.
yes, reorder
Yeah.
then the name of the organization, followed by the address. And as you've mentioned earlier, the address will need to be more detailed.
Yeah. You need at
But the
least two
student,
lines, but I would say 3 lines would be safe.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's all of 3 marks for format and convention. So students can't risk losing any of that. This section of the paper
Mhm.
is ideal for securing maximum marks, and it's
Yeah.
quite possible for the student to do that.
Yeah. If you have to write a letter and you know exactly what the format requires, you can get 30 marks here.
No misses.
It's possible. So again with the double salutation.
Yes, I miss.
So again, let me just mention I saw this ambiguity with the last letter as well, but I forgot to mention it. When you write a sentence like this, I am Miss Mary. Come on, man, you're gonna lose marks for no reason, you know. I am Miss Mary Walton, the mother of Ryoko Walton, a student of Form 4 Business. The name of the form is Form 4 Business, so that should be capital B. So this sentence is a little ambiguous because it maybe the mother is a student. I am Mary Walton, the mother of Ryoko Walton, a student of Form 4 Business. Doesn't it sound a little bit ambiguous?
Agreed.
Who is the student, the mother or Ryoko?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me look here. Look at this one. I am Miss Mary Walton, mother of Ryoko Walton, a Form 4 Business student. So I am this person, and I am the mother of Ryoko, and I am a student. So it can be read in that way. It wouldn't make sense, but technically it's ambiguous. So you want to make things as clear as possible. Um, how I write this part is I am the mother of one of your students, Ryoko Walton of Form 4 Business. So that way it's overly clear. Right. Overly clear. Your marker might just be one of those fussy people who trying to find faults. So make things as clear as possible. Unfortunately, we have been affected negatively by the recent floods that occurred in the country, and as a result, Ryoko's school uniform and books were destroyed. Okay. What do you think of this paragraph, Gavin? This opening paragraph. Gavin, are you there?
Yes, I'm right
What
here.
do you think
So
of the intro?
So the intro doesn't clearly establish the reason for writing. Some of the details there could be featured in the reason. So
Hmm.
we need to see that. So unfortunately, we have been affected negatively. But why are you writing to the principal in this case? I think that CSEC is expecting CXC is expecting students to use some of these jargons so to inform. So, and I think it's establishing the scenario too that you're writing to you're informing the principal. So you are the mother who needs to inform the principal. All right, and you are also seeking permission. So I think those are two important details, and that must be featured somehow in the letter.
Yeah, and in the intro, we have to do that from the beginning. So the principal shouldn't be able to read one whole paragraph and still have no idea why you're writing. That's
You
what's
have to
going
infer.
on here.
Yes.
So you have informed you have informed the principal about the structure of the books, which is fine. But you have not yet asked for permission, and that's the purpose of the letter. So
Yes.
the purpose of the letter must be established early on, because that isn't a minor detail. That is the point of the letter. So that should be established early on, and then I add in the details down the line. So in your first paragraph, you have to have the fact that you are requesting permission for Ryoko to attend school for 2 weeks without uniform and books. That has to be there. Yeah.
And that is all that is needed.
Yeah, that's the point of the first paragraph, really.
Yep.
That's
Because even establishing that you are the mother of, there's no issue with that. But in the end, in the complimentary clause, in the closing there, you would represent uh, who you are. You could do that there. So you're
Mhm.
sincerely, whatever your name is, mother of Ryoka Walton or
Yeah.
Pierre. So
Yeah,
that
so
could be
the
done
most
there.
important part of this paragraph is missing. It's saved for later. Yeah.
Yes.
What about paragraph 2? Furthermore, I dangerous thing. Contractions are dangerous. Uh, so furthermore, I do not want him to miss any classes. So furthermore, is that an appropriate transition here? Unfortunately, all right. Let me see where you're going with it. I don't want him to miss any classes because of this situation. For this reason, I'm requesting permission. So now we're getting to the point. You should have said this long ago. Additionally, I like the effort to use transitions. I see a couple of them. So it shows that you're trying to connect the ideas. You're trying to connect the ideas. Yeah. Additionally, I'm inquiring for him to attend school with no textbooks. Uh, so inquiring is a nice word. It's an impressive word, but this isn't a perfect way to use it. I am inquiring for him to attend. I am inquiring as to whether he may attend. Would be fine. I am requesting that he attends, or I am asking permission for him to attend. Yeah. So be careful how you use these nice fancy words, as all were damaged. More transitions. All right, I see your efforts there. Please inform the other teachers. What do you think of including this made up detail?
Have any book launches in mind? Yeah, it could be featured, but it's not necessary.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't mind it.
yeah, it could be featured. Yes, and I like that approach too, which suggests. Remember, you had even asked for the student to try to make an appeal to the principal, and through the appeal, you need to establish what you have been doing or what you would, what further support you need to facilitate um,
Mhm.
his learning, because I think that seems to be the major concern of the mother in this scenario
Yeah,
here. He doesn't miss
and so
classes, so it is appropriate.
I appreciate this paragraph as well. CSEC didn't ask for this, but you are making an effort to meet the principal halfway in this
Yeah.
scenario, which is it shows initiative, right?
Yes.
It shows that you are able to imagine the context and work within the context. I wouldn't say inform the other teachers, because what teacher have you informed so far? The principal isn't a teacher, right? So you might say, please inform his teachers that blah blah blah. But what other teachers? It would, this gives the impression that you have already mentioned one teacher that has been informed. Um, yeah, I like this paragraph. I like that paragraph. Thank you for your consideration. As this is a very crucial, is a bit redundant. You can just say crucial. This is a crucial time for my son. As this is a crucial time for my son. As this is a phrase. This is a fragment.
Yeah.
I guess you might mean something like this.
Yeah.
Crucial. I'm wondering if I would use crucial. Critical maybe would be a little bit more natural here. Yours sincerely, Mary Walton. We have initial instead of signature. Maybe CSEC would forgive you. Mother? I've never seen this before. Yeah, I don't think mother is necessary here. Yours sincerely, Miss Mary Walton. This is really all you need for the letter.
I agree. You'd
Yeah.
only need to write that if you hadn't established that initially.
Right. And you establish that in the opening. CSEC Panda says something about the second paragraph. CSEC Panda says good imagination on the second paragraph. Yeah, and the third paragraph as well. Yeah. All right. I think in terms of details, this is one of the more accurate ones so far. Yeah. We're seeing most, if not all, of the details in here. Language use isn't bad. A few glitches here and there. Yeah. Panda says Panda likes crucial. Okay, I suppose it might be subjective. I like critical. It's a critical time. Crucial. I mean, for me, maybe it's just a personal preference in usage, but something can be crucial to something, but at time is critical. Studying is crucial in this critical time, but maybe other persons use it in different ways. So you might be fine. Yeah. Anything else, Gavin, before we touch on another one? Maybe one more.
Let's look at another. I think you've captured all that went well with this particular response and how it could be improved. So I think we could move on. I'm
Yeah.
just looking at the use of the connectives. It's obvious that the student will start well, yeah, but
Yeah.
here trying not to abuse the connectives, especially in a letter, in a
Hmm.
formal letter.
So yeah, I am inquiring. All right, let's see if we can do maybe one more. It's 1:24 a.m. for me. I could go on, but tomorrow is already a full day, so I don't want to overdo it. Uh, so let me see if I can bring up maybe one more. I want to promise a part two, but we have other sessions coming up already, so I don't know. But of course, even if your letter isn't featured, you can still learn a lot from the feedback, correct? Feedback that we're giving to other students. Okay, let's see. right. Bum, bum, bum. What do we have here? All right, this is an address I can get behind. 7 Carlton Lane, San Fernando, Trinidad. All right, I've still not seen a perfect address, because Trinidad. I mean, how far do you live from your principal that you need to include Trinidad in your address? But all right, fine. You have the 3 levels, and you have the date, and you have Mrs. A having principal. Oh, give me a second. I've lost something. Checking the question again. Yeah, so I have the name of the addressee, the title, the school. Oh, nice, 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 nice. In terms of formatting, so far this is looking pretty good.
Agreed.
And Panda says she would include the country for good measure. I have no problem with including the country, but don't include it instead of city or parish. If you're only giving 3 levels, then give something like street, then something like town, then something like city. If you want to give a 4th level, then give country. Yeah. So, for example, this here is good. 8 Mayberry Drive, Carlton Way, San Fernando, Trinidad. Perfect. No problem with Trinidad because you still give me 3 levels before that. So I'm confident with that address. Yeah. Dear Mrs. Aveng. All right. The first paragraph looks straight and to the point, just at a glance. To inform you of the damage that occurred. Ah, man. The intro needs to establish that you are seeking permission. That's what's missing here. Yeah, so this intro is missing the permission that you need. Yeah. Oh, Angel, you have to leave. All right, take care. Blessings, blessings. Form for student. Yo, this guy has 5 business textbooks. Man, the details, 8 uniforms, washed away. Seems- Hmm. Okay, it's an interesting one. What do you think, Gavin? I like this one in general, except
Yes,
that the intro isn't introing.
yes, I appreciate that. This student is a thinker and
Yeah.
realistic too with information that is presented here. Uh,
Hmm.
so, as it relates to formatting, now we could go through identifying the elements that are good or satisfactory, and then see how we could actually improve any laps that we identify.
Yeah, so I think for formatting, the addresses and the date look those look um good to me. The addresses and the date. Wow, what are some issues I can find? The date should be in a new line, however.
Yes,
So we have
name
the
capital.
uh, oh yeah, that should be capital L. So address, your address, skip a line, date, skip a line, and then the receiver's information, their name and address.
And just minor punctuation issues. The March so come after three.
March 3, 2021.
Mrs. A, since it's not her complete name, we just show, but just minor lapses there where punctuation is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
But good. I think it's well formatted.
Yeah. And I like the system of having a succinct intro, succinct conclusion, and a thick body paragraph. That is how I would approach a letter like this, perhaps. I want the intro to establish why I'm writing, provide the details in the second paragraph, and then wrap it up with one or two sentences, call to action, and thanking the principal for their time. What do you think about the inclusion of all of these details? 5 textbooks, 8 uniforms. We see a number of made up details. Do you think they're relevant
I,
or
I, would-
unnecessary?
I wouldn't do, I wouldn't go this far, but I understand what it is trying to do. So risking it all, uh, and still somewhat trying to maintain the accuracy from this scenario there, based on the scenario. But I wouldn't necessarily encourage students to go this far with it.
Because sometimes what happens is when we go the extra mile in inventing the details, we sometimes miss out some critical information that
And
we should have
misrepresent.
added because we're spending so much time thinking of how many books and how many uniforms. So
Yes.
it's good in moderation to add a bit of detail here and there, but I would say focus on adding details where the question doesn't give you enough information to flesh out the context. So
Yeah.
let's say, for example, the question didn't mention the student's name. You'd have to invent that detail, right? So details that you would need, if they're not given, invent them. But if they are not necessary, then may or may not. You don't need to go overboard. So for A, the business would be capital B again. So the diligent student whose 5 business textbooks and 8 uniforms. I'm not sure if it's realistic that all his textbooks are business books. I mean, he's in Form 4A business, but is he only doing business or washed away as our house was flooded? I have since contacted our dressmaker, was agreed to stitch 5 of these uniforms. And this would be a new sentence after 5 of these uniforms, period. However, comma, during a 2 week time frame, 2 week would be, oh my gosh, what am I doing? 2 week would be hyphenated here. During a 2 week time frame, during which record without uniform. Ah, I see. This sentence is too long. Okay, okay, okay.
Yes.
This is all one sentence. So from here, I have since contacted our dressmaker, who has agreed to stitch 5 of these uniforms. However, during a 2 week time frame, during which, so this sentence, somehow you have to break this up. And this is one of the dangers with adding too many made up details. You end up stretching sentences too thin. So there's several ways that you could fix this by um, shortening, cutting out some fluff, or making it into 2 sentences. So you could say, for example, I have since contacted our dressmaker, who has agreed to replace these uniforms. Period. However, um, a 2 week period will be needed for the uniforms to be completed, or something like that. but this can't be one long sentence. I therefore am humbly asking if you would be able to allow. What do you think of this expression here? I therefore am humbly asking. I am therefore, or I. ah, let's see if you'd be able to allow to attend classes. Considering these circumstances, I humbly ask that you allow Ryoko to attend classes wearing an appropriate t-shirt and his pants in order to remain. Okay. The sentences are generally a little bit too long for my liking. I'm wondering if you're trying to fit a little bit too much into the sentences. I'm not sure what this word is supposed to be.
I think off, and I'm still wondering about the appropriateness of that word here. That remains off with his classes. The AU,
Off
AU, yeah, the off
that that
FAIT.
is that
I'm assuming
okay. That is fair. To be familiar with the rules of something or to be informed about something. Yeah, so that wouldn't necessarily be an
yeah,
appropriate word here.
contextually appropriate. Yeah.
I mean, I applaud the the attempt, you know, the effort in trying to use such an interesting word, but it doesn't fit here. To to remain, to yeah, you could say something simple though, like to keep up with its classes, or to prevent falling behind and stuff like that. But I get what you're getting at. These books are being shipped from overseas. The expected same time frame. All right. Um, the sentence lengths are my main issue with this. But in terms of the details, you have made up a couple, which isn't a isn't a problem. But the details are there, and the formatting is generally good. A couple of typos and stuff, but it might just be because you're rushing to type this in. But yeah, I think it's fine in general. Yeah. Can we look at one last one? It's got a final one. Then I'll have to call it a night. Ooh, I thought this was gonna be a quick live stream. Section B, easy thing. All right. Uh, let's see. I'm sorry, Google Docs people. Docs. It's gonna be a little difficult for me right now. Sorry about that. All right, let's see. Copy. Da, da, da. Paste. All right, looking at one last one. All right, this is the last one. All right. Goodwood Park, West something. So again, with the address, you want to make sure that each part of the address is in another line, right? Have the date. Date looks good, and we have West Moorings. Okay, West Moorings. What an interesting name. And you skip the line. You have the date. The date is good. You should have the name of the addressee here. So here you should have Miss Mrs. Aveng, and then uh, Mrs. Aveng, the principal, and then you have the school name and school address. So this part is a little bit the format is off here. Dear Mrs. Aveng, oh, this is beautiful penmanship. I love the writing. I am Miss Mary Walton, the mother of Ryoko Walton. Who is Ryoko Walton? On May 18th, 2019, nice detail. Ryoko and I were affected by the disastrous flood that swept the country and left people without anything to eat and nowhere to stay for proper shelter. Man, you're really opening strong with the flood arguments. But my issue here, I don't really mind the details of the flood, but in your first paragraph, you have to get to the point of why you're writing. Yeah, have to get to the point of why you're writing. Here, I'm not seeing any indication as to the purpose of the letter because you're not a weather reporter writing about a flood, right? You're writing because you want to ask permission for your son to attend school for 2 weeks without textbooks and uniforms, and you have not asked for that permission, and the intro is done. So I would include that in the intro. Firstly, I would like to inform that something is missing here. I would like to inform that Ryoko school necessities. Oh, I would like to inform you. I'd like to inform you that Ryoko's school necessities were damaged by the flood and he remained without any school books. And oh, wait a minute. What's this? And he maybe he's currently without any any school books and his uniform. He's currently without he's currently without his uniform and textbooks. Yeah, uniform and textbooks. As you know, that Ryoko is a student of Form 4 business, capital F, capital B. I am asking for permission from you, Mrs. Aveng. So I don't think you really have to mention her name again because you should have established who you're writing to, and it should also be up here. To excuse Ryoko as he will not be able to attend school in his uniform for the next 2 weeks, during which time so this sentence is way too long. The sentence has been running for like 3 miles from here to here, and that's why it's difficult to read. As you know that Ryoko is a Form 4 As you know that Ryoko is a student of Form 4 business, I am asking for permission. What is the connection between Ryoko's being a student of Form 4 business and the permission? It sounds as if you're asking for permission because he's in that particular class. So it's a strange place to introduce the fact that he's in that particular class. Yeah. In which time during the which an uniform. All right. I am actually seeing a lot of the important information, but I think you're trying to cram too much information in like one sentence, and because of that, the sentence gets a little bit confusing. But let me see how you end. Lastly, I would like to thank you for reading the letter, and please notify me if you would like to. If you would like to contact me, Mrs. Surveying. Please notify me if you would like to contact me, Mrs. Surveying. I don't need to mention her name again. Please notify me if you would like to contact me. Hmm. I'm not sure what that means. Gavin, give me some pointers for this one now.
I think a generic approach would be, I think maybe we need to say this or establish this now. Based on what we've seen so far, a generic approach would be this, and I hope that the students are noting as we go along. In the first paragraph, what we'll need to do for essentially all the forms of writing that will be assessed in this section of the paper, the first sentence should establish clearly the reason for writing. And in this sentence, we state what the issue or issues are. The issue or the problem must be featured there. So the purpose of the writing is it to inform, to request information, is it to request permission, whatever it is. So the purpose must be established as well as the issue or the problem. So that's the first thing. If
Yeah.
it's a letter of complaint, if it's a notice, if it's a letter of request or a thank you letter, the first paragraph must clearly establish the reason for writing, or the issue or the problem. Having established
Mm-hmm.
that, you move to the second paragraph where you would detail that which you would have identified in the first paragraph. So this is where you provide the detail. All right, just quickly running through. So we give the details there, and we could actually present the effects of the particular issue. All right, in that same paragraph. Having done that, we move to another paragraph where we make where we present solutions. In this particular case, we are making a request for him to be allowed to attend school without the requisite without the requisite school uniform, right, and textbooks. And this is for a period of 2 weeks. So we are seeing where the solution comes in the third paragraph there. Then in the last paragraph, this is where we include a complementary clause, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think if students approach section B from that angle, it will eliminate some of the consistent lapses that we're seeing here. All right, so the first paragraph here, I'm seeing we're in the second paragraph, that's where the reason is featured. So
Mm-hmm.
I Miss Mary Walton, the mother of Royaka Walton. All right, I would like to inform you, that is from the second paragraph, I would like to inform you that his school necessities, I think we need to establish, well, we could leave it there. The school necessities were damaged in the recent flood. So by the flood and remain without. So where the student were damaged by the flood and he remained without any school books and uniform, it's a bit redundant. And for this section, students are awarded for economic or concise use of language. So we try to move away from the wordiness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's keep that method in mind. So paragraph one, establish. Yeah, Tivia is on
Yeah,
the ball. Yeah, establish the purpose and establish why you're writing. Right. In the second
excellent.
paragraph, that's when you can now get into some details as to what happened, when did it happen, why did it happen, what's the effect, and in the final paragraph, if you mention it already, reiterate what you want the person to do about it. and then you have the complimentary close, thanks for reading, thanks for whatever. That is like the general format. All right, what?
Yes, yes, and the student could establish what this would facilitate. The request or the solution, what would this particular solution facilitate, or what would the request facilitate? Why is it that I'm making this particular request?
Yeah.
And the complementary clause could be a singular sentence, be a single sentence.
All right. So
Another thing too that I'm seeing is the use of the connectives for a letter. The first and last name, we saw some. It's not that connectives are not appropriate, but then we have to revisit the kinds of connectives that are associated with specific genres of writing. I think we may need to revisit these.
yeah. Um, we have been drilled into using connectives for summary and for persuasive and argumentative, but for the letter, it's really more about focusing on the details, and like the connectives that we're going to be focusing on might be connectives that talk about sequencing. If you're detailing some events, then of course you're going to want to explain that this happened, and then that as a result this followed, and or this is what I need as a result. But there's no need to force many of the therefore, furthermore, conversely, and stuff like that in the letter, because the letter is really focused on getting all of the details in a smooth human voice, also a professional voice.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And there are some stock expressions that students could access, maybe just Google types of letters and phrases, or phrases for formal letters.
Yeah.
And you'll see quite a few that they could actually access.
Yeah. Yeah, man. All right. I Oh man. Let us together write a letter and call it a day. Yeah. Let's write a letter. So we're gonna be taking all of the good points from what we've seen so far, and we're gonna be eliminating all of the bad points. And we're gonna see if we can come up with something that is good. All right, give me a moment. Let me find the paper again. All right. All right. So we're back here. Oh, there's no space. Where am I gonna write this? Oh my gosh, what's going on? I don't know. Section C. We can use some section C space. Who knows? All right. Oh, how much time do we have? We've been at it for 4 hours 44. It's gonna take another 20 minutes to write this. Can we make it? Or should I post my letter in a community post on the channel? Huh? I think that's the way forward. I don't have it on screen, but I'll post it as a community post or as a comment under this, so we can wrap it up. But we have seen some good attempts though. All of the attempts have their merits. In fact, all the attempts have their merits. It's just that we want to ensure that we have the structure down, introduce a detail closing, yeah, and ensure that your formatting is on point. There's really no reason to lose marks for formatting, because that is something you can premeditate. Whereas you can't premeditate the details of the letter, you can premeditate the formatting. You can go into the exam with the perfect format in mind, right? You can go into the exam with an address already made up in your head, right? So that part of it should be a no-brainer. Yeah. So what you need to focus on is getting the format right and structuring the paragraph, knowing the purpose of each paragraph, right? I have some nice slides I could share, but I can't really share them, because I have I have sold some of that material, so I can't give it away. Anyway, I'm gonna post what I have, and hopefully, I'm not sure if Gavin has the time. Hopefully, Gavin can even write.
This is an idea that I have. So if we could just work together now, and you put together the letter, you compile the contents. I
Mhm.
think that could be done in 5 6 minutes because I'd
We
actually
could.
drafted one. Yes, so we could just do this quickly.
All right, let's do it now, and then we can forget about it.
5 minutes. Give me a second, please.
All right then. So I'm gonna start with the address and stuff, because that part doesn't require any thinking. Somehow I don't have any space on this paper to write for section B, so I'm gonna use the section C um, portion here. All right. So I'm gonna write an address that has three elements. For me, it's gonna be 77 Sunny Heights. It's my address. Green Park Avenue, Wicker Gardens. Yeah. Let me put Saint something. Saint Wicker. I don't know what's up with Wicker today. Date. I don't. The question didn't give us a date. March 10, 2023. Skip a line. The principal. Common T, common P. Um, I could write the principal's name, but it's not necessary because this will be dropped off at the school, and I'm gonna include the principal's name in the salutation. So I can move on to Trinity High School. Trinity High School. I don't know. South Green Road. Uh, um, I'm Amaze, Amaze, uh, Amaze, 13 South Green Road. Amaze Gardens. John City, Johnson City. By the way, all of this is left aligned, even if it does look aligned on the page. This is all left aligned. All right. Skip a line again. Dear Mrs. Aveng, comma. All right. So this is how the first part of the letter looks. My address has 3 points. 1, 2, 3.
All right, one
Then
second here before we move on. So
yeah.
let's. Okay. Oh, sorry. So we have. I'm wondering though. I think maybe as CSEC Panda had suggested that she'd include the name of the country, even though it's a letter that is being used for communication within the country. I'd add it. I'd
All
support
right.
that is concerned. So we just put the name of our country
All right.
there.
I'll be biased and put Jamaica,
Yeah.
and then I'll need
I,
to add some space.
oh, you need speed. Oh, you can't do it. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I can do anything.
Okay. Uh, okay.
And
Nice.
now this is too much space now. The date. Then we have this part.
All right. So the date is there. So the recipient's address, since we were given the name of the principal, we'll need to include that in the recipient information.
Yeah, isn't that part optional? Since we have this is being dropped off. I mean, might as well be safe, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be, since I provided it, I think we'll include, we'll eliminate that if it were a situation where we weren't presented with that piece of information. And we'd start with the principal, with the position, if we don't know the person.
All right. So
Yeah, so if you don't know the name of the person, you put the position, whether it's the manager or principal or director of a particular institution, organization.
all right. So since we have that, put everything. Then this shouldn't be underlined. No, it shouldn't be underlined. Dear Mrs. Aveng, come on. All right. So this first part is looking good. Yeah.
Yes, and this will be the result of collaboration. All right, so I'd actually consulted with a colleague prior to this, Ms. Chotcon. All right,
All right.
so
So we have the four parts
if you
of
want
it.
me to go ahead, and then if there are any issues on your part, we'll just fix each paragraph there.
Yeah, man, because I've been sharing many of my
Yes,
samples so far. So let me see your letter.
yeah, we appreciate it. So you go ahead and tap, right? So I'm hereby requesting permission.
And we're working with the fully blocked, so everything is left aligned, right?
Yes.
All right. I am hereby requesting. So we're starting directly with the purpose of the letter. No fluff, no time wasting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Requesting permission.
Or requesting permission.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
For my son,
Yeah.
Ryoka Walton of Form 4 Business. All right, come on. To attend
Mm-hmm.
school. To attend school. I think that without out of uniform
Yeah.
for the next 2 weeks. And I don't know if we'd want to maybe put the period there, like today's what, May 3rd. I guess we could just put. I don't know. We don't necessarily need to do anything.
It's a good detail though. It's a good detail to
Yeah.
add.
Okay.
Because I
So
mean, which 2 weeks? Somebody could ask which two
maybe
weeks.
me. I'm actually in a class. I'll give
Oh, really?
2 weeks.
Uh,
May,
so considering the date that I used,
yeah, May.
maybe
Oh, you have March. So March 10th.
yeah.
Yes. So
So since we
all
wrote
right.
this
So I
up
put
on
March. Yeah.
March 10, so that would be about
So
24.
the 24th or third. Yeah. 24th. All right. So math per 2023. Right.
All right.
Yeah. Or maybe yes. So the brackets or the comma. All right.
Or comma, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we'll put the comma. And
You prefer the comma? All right.
yeah, I think I'd prefer that. 2 weeks, March 10th to 24th, 2023.
All right. Yeah, looks good.
All right, so would this satisfy the requirements of the first paragraph? Have we identified the issue? He'll be out of school
What
uniform.
about the
I think
textbooks?
one thing, the textbooks, yes, that's what I'm seeing now. We'll need to,
Textbooks.
will
So
be out of
out of
uniform
uniform and without textbooks.
and without textbooks. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think we have stated the purpose quite succinctly here. Yeah.
All right, the second paragraph now.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where we detail the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Since this was an island-wide uh, issue, the floods affected the entire country. So we could start with an appropriate transition. So as you are aware,
That's a nice one because
yeah, as you are
if it's
aware,
an island flood, then she must know about it.
yes. So
As you
instead of
are
the
aware.
firstly, because we're not listing anything, we're not stating any processes or anything related to that. So as you're aware, many
Yeah.
homes were impacted by the recent floods. As you are aware, many homes were impacted by the recent floods, which, and they had used swept. I don't know if we could find a substitute. Recent floods, which did they hit the country or
Let's keep stepped, man.
are you keeping swept? All right.
Yeah, man.
Swept the country.
All right. I'm going to give you a slightly alternate form for this sentence, and I tell me which one we're going to
Yeah.
keep. All right.
All right, no problem.
Uh, just to, I have a very close, a sentence that's very close to this one, but it has one more detail in it. Uh, Unfortunately, my family, like many others, have been negatively impacted by the recent countrywide floods. This is what I have in the sentence's place.
I agree with that. Actually, have that as a follow-up sentence, and I so
Ah,
unfortunately, yeah, our family was also severely impacted.
all right. So guess what?
So
Since it flows, let's keep yours because you have that follow up, so we can
yeah,
work with it.
essentially we had the same idea. So
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Our family
yeah, our family was also
severely impacted.
severely impacted.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. We lost most of our personal belongings, so we're getting specific now. All right.
Mm-hmm.
We lost most of our personal belongings, or most of the contents of the. I think that is destroyed. I think in this scenario, we lost most of our personal belongings, including
Right.
yes,
including Ryoko's textbooks and uniforms, right?
Excellent. Yes.
All right.
All right. So we've established the details of the problem are presented. Is there anything else that we need to add here? Do you think? Just a quick review.
All right. Let's
There's
let's
anybody who
jump back to the question. What are we missing? So one thing I invented just to make this, just to add a human touch to it. I said, even against the precautions we took. That's how I started this. Blah blah blah. Even against the precautions we took, Rocco's textbooks and school uniforms were destroyed by the floods.
Okay, good. So we could actually use that to start the sentence, the last
Yeah.
sentence there. We lost most. So despite our best, what? Yeah,
Yeah, despite our best efforts, even something like
yeah.
that, just to
Despite our best
show
effort. Yes,
some effort on our part.
agreed.
So we can add that here, right?
Yes,
Despite we're rushing, so it won't be a pretty paper.
yes,
So despite our best efforts, so this becomes a small W. We lost most of our personal belongings, including Ryoko's textbooks and school uniforms. Yeah, I think that's nice.
yeah. I like that. So, do you think that would satisfy details of the problem? I think it should be. I
Yeah,
don't know your thoughts. Okay.
yeah. The problem is identified. We first we tell the principal why what we want from her. We want the permission, and now we have told her why we need this permission. What has caused the problem? So I think we can move on now to the next paragraph or the next part of this paragraph.
And this paragraph would feature the request, right?
You're right,
Or
right.
it should build up to the request if
Mhm.
in any event. I think. All right. So I think I saw where some students provided additional information, such as uh, maybe Ryoko is in an accelerated group or is a diligent student, and
Mhm.
maybe is panicking about the situation. So I saw where they had some precursors relative to those examples. All right.
Mhm.
So I think we could have something similar. So an example here. So Ryoko
Mhm.
has six CSEC exams, or Ryoko is enrolled in a fast track program or an accelerated program.
All right, let's run with that.
Yeah, Raka is enrolled in an accelerated program and has CSEC exams. Yes, external or has external exams soon or shortly or anything to that effect.
And is anticipating his upcoming external exams.
External exams.
All right.
Yeah. Therefore, I think the therefore could come in. Therefore, I think it is imperative, or I think it is extremely important that he does not miss any of. He does not miss any classes because I think that
Yeah.
was in the scenario. So
Right.
we're
Right.
just trying to tie that in. It is extremely important that he does not miss any classes.
Mhm. Even while being without his textbooks.
Yes. Any questions? All right. Um, I don't think we put it. It will be against this background. It is based on these factors that I crave your understanding. So we're trying to make the appeal. So we are
Okay.
selecting some of the. Okay.
All right. I like that.
So it is
So that
based
would
on
be
these
here
factors
that I crave your cooperation, understanding.
yeah, whichever you deem necessary.
It is based on these
Yeah.
factors that I crave your. I would want a word that is leaning toward lenience, because you're asking her to kind of bend the rules for Ryoko.
Is it well, support? Will support work? Or
Support is
it would be a bit weak.
a bit weak. That
Yeah.
I crave your uh, flexibility. A word that is, we're asking the principal to be a bit more flexible for Ryoko. It's coming to mind.
Or in a
Come,
situation like
come
this, what a student would do is write the weak word, possibly write the weak word and revisit it in the editing
Yeah,
process.
I'll work with compliance for now.
Okay.
It's not a bad word, but it's not the best word. But I'll work with it for now. That I
So
crave
comply.
your kind compliance, so it doesn't sound harsh at all.
Yeah.
Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna write the weak word. Support and understanding. Yeah. We might get around to fixing that up.
Or you could.
Gavin, you're gone.
I'm actually here. I'm here. Multitasking.
Concession. Crave your concession. I like concession. Yeah, the concession indicates that she's, being lenient and kind of yielding to our request because of this circumstance. All right. So where do you go from here, Gavin?
Right. So in crave your concession in what? Your
Uh,
concession in allowing
in allowing.
him, yeah, in allowing or permitting or allowing him to attend school,
Hmm.
yeah, without the requisite. Well, based on the scenario, it was limited to school uniform.
Uniforms and textbooks.
Yeah, school uniform as well as yeah,
But instead of repeating uniforms and textbooks,
yeah.
because I've said it already,
The, yeah, the
the
necessities.
or the aforementioned
Okay.
school supplies, necessities,
Necessities. Um, the aforementioned
amenities.
wouldn't put amenities though.
Yeah, we'll work with that. Yeah. So this is a nice way to avoid repeating something that you have to repeat. the aforementioned whatever, previously mentioned whatever. Because just saying books on uniforms so many times, it gets old pretty fast. So it is based on these factors that I crave your concession in allowing him to attend school without the aforementioned school amenities. All right, where do you go from there, Gavin? You're running this boat,
Earlier, you had suggested that you it would be good if the student mentioned uh, steps that have been taken to address the situation and how
Mm-hmm.
possibly the principal could actually support the process then. So I think maybe in a subsequent paragraph, you could say, mention the steps that you have already taken as a parent.
Mm-hmm.
So I have taken the necessary steps, and this would
Mm-hmm.
tie in with the 2 weeks. Why is it that you're requesting a 2 week? I don't know if you want to put it in the same paragraph here for the promotion and school
Yeah, we,
amenities.
we can
Yeah,
we can do a
we could.
final paragraph.
Yeah, we could. So I
Exactly.
have taken the necessary steps to acquire new uniform, new uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have taken the necessary steps to acquire new uniforms, and the retailer has guaranteed that these would be available within the next 2 weeks. I have taken the necessary steps to acquire new uniforms, and the retailer has guaranteed that these will be available within the next 2 weeks.
So now the 2 week part makes sense. All right.
In the meantime, or meanwhile, so we need to
Yeah.
say, we'll need to say what this will facilitate. We had said this to the students. Why is it that we're requesting 2 weeks? So a part of the reason is that the new uniforms would then be accessed by that time. In addition, so what would I do during that time? So in the
Mm-hmm.
meantime, or meanwhile, I will ensure that he's appropriately clad for school, and then he
Mm-hmm.
could tell exactly what he'll wear.
Uh,
What?
all right. Let me adjust that slightly. Right.
Yes,
The meanwhile. So meanwhile,
yes.
I want to give the principal a say in all of this. I want to give the principal some power.
Okay.
So if there's a particular dress code, let me use the word interim. If there's a
Alternative. If there's a particular alternative or something.
or interim dress code or alternative
Yeah.
or something like that dress code, he would need to follow.
All right. Nice. Nice.
We will make every effort
To comply.
to comply.
Good. I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we need to close off now. It ends up being a fairly long letter, but
Yeah.
that's how it is. We can always edit down, but we're trying to get each paragraph doing what it should do.
Yeah. I think we could just close in the final sentence, right? Final
Yeah,
paragraph, one sentence. Yeah.
one sentence.
Yeah. The one sentence complimentary close.
All right. We can do two sentences just to thank you for your thoughtful leadership. We look forward to your Support.
Yes, that could work because at the end of the day, we want that. That's what you're
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
access from the principal is support or a favorable, cliched favorable response.
yeah. Favorable
Um,
response. So whatever you want to put there.
we
Yeah,
look forward to a favorable response.
yeah.
Yeah.
You can put that favorable response. Yeah, and then we add the close now, right?
Yes,
Can
you're
put
sincerely.
kindest regards. I like that one. Kindest
Okay.
regards. Or can yours sincerely, yours truly.
Yeah.
Um,
So the signature of the parent, if the student, some
signature.
students, yeah, I think some students like to do the entire thing. So if they choose to, so maybe the signature, anything to that effect.
Yeah.
I guess maybe the title. She's Miss, right? So Miss, I think we could just put that on the outside and bracket. Miss.
Or
Okay.
at the beginning,
At the
whichever
beginning.
way. Or
Yes.
we could do
Okay.
miss.
And did was it established that Miss Walton, the writer, is the parent? Well, I think it was. I don't know if we need to put parent in bracket or mother or
Yeah,
anything
I
like.
think we mentioned that in the letter itself, so it might be fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
So this ends up being 5 paragraphs, but the last paragraph is just closing. And the
yeah,
paragraphs are concise actually. So it's 5 paragraphs, but 5 concise paragraphs.
yeah.
So before we wrap up, let's just look at the purpose of each paragraph so they can apply this to any letter they have to write. So paragraph 1, what did we do here? We stated the purpose of letter or
Yeah,
reason for writing.
yeah, and maybe you could underline the issue because sometimes when we tell them that the purpose must be mentioned, they it's not fully captured in that sentence. What they do is to give us details of the
Issue is
issue when
stated.
we only need the issue.
The issue itself. Yeah.
Yes,
So this is the problem that I have, or this is what I want. Make that
exactly.
clear, and then I'll go on to explain how, when, where, why, who. All right. What did we do here? Record is enrolled. Extremely important. So this is more
So
context on why we need this
yes,
particular request, or why
request.
we're making this request.
Yes, so
So
details of the problem or issue
details or
or context. I
context,
guess context could work.
yeah, of problem. Yeah. And here I've taken the necessary steps. So we have follow-up details now.
Yes.
And we also have in this particular case, what we have done about it or what
Actions,
we
the
are trying to do about it.
solutions, actions. Yeah.
Yeah. Actions slash solutions slash
Yeah.
attempts.
Yes.
So if you're writing a letter of complaint, for example, you can state things that you did to try to solve the issue. I bought a box of milk, it was expired. I tried reaching out to the cashier. I asked for the manager. So you're telling what you have done,
Yeah.
right? To try to solve the issue.
I think the last part of that paragraph before, could you go back up a little, please, where you have it is based on these factors that I crave your concession. So I think so. This is the solution that would be most favorable here, right? This is a solution, concession in a lot. So similar
Yeah,
to the letter of complaint. Okay.
yeah. And yeah. And we have lots of context here. We make sure to add in the details that the question gives us. For example, he doesn't want to miss classes. We don't want him to miss classes.
Yeah.
And this is a made up detail, but it fits the context, so it's fine.
Yes.
Yeah. And the
And
final paragraph is just the closing. and call to action.
Yes. And another thing here, so the final paragraph, apart from the closing or call to action there, as you mentioned, the paragraph that precedes it could have gone before the paragraph featuring the request, I'm thinking. But I think that would be a stylistic kind of approach. And it would still flow. I think it would still flow. It may still flow.
You mean switching this one with this one?
Yeah, but it's not necessary. I'm just saying that if our student did that or took that approach, it would still work. So identifying, you're detailing the problem, and after detailing, you mention actions that you have taken, and having taken those actions, what requests or solutions would you want someone in a more superior position to do on your behalf?
Yeah,
Yes.
but I think I prefer how we have done it. It's a
Okay.
more chronological ordering.
Fluid.
So
Yes.
this is why I'm writing to you. This is what happened. This is what I tried to do about it. This is what you can do about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Great.
So I think that works with a letter of complaint or a letter of request. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
Good.
the final thing, we close off, thank the person for reading. You can thank them in advance if you're confident that they will respond favorably. And you reiterate that you need some support or you need a reply, you need a response, whatever the case is. And then you
Yes.
close off kindest signature if you need to and name. Yeah. I had another letter that is similar to this, different. I have 3 paragraphs, but the information is the same basically.
It's the same. Yes. So
Just in a different
different approaches. As long as we satisfy the requirements and we've accurately represented the information.
Well, this is just 4 paragraphs, so it's not that bad. 4 paragraphs. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe if we had gotten fewer details in the question, we could do 3 paragraphs. This could be 1, maybe.
Yes.
But yeah, let's call it a night.
Thank you
Oh man.
so much for your support, though.
No, thank you, man. Thanks for jumping on and for giving the idea to do the last question in this way.
Each one.
Yeah. Yes, man.
Man.
Thank you so much. Guys, we haven't forgotten about you in the chat, Somebody said pressure boy. Yeah, 5 hours is crazy. This is my longest session. And the irony is that I was saying, okay, today's going to be the shortest session because it's section B. Section B is short. But here we are 5 hours later. Right. All right. Well, we're going to call it. We're going to call it a day or a night or whatever it is where you are. Because tomorrow has its own. I don't know. I don't know words anymore. We have things to do tomorrow as well, right? Actually, tomorrow I have a separate 3-hour session to run. A summary session, and then after that I'll run the story session with you guys in the morning. Yeah. You've been here from start to finish. Yeah. That is the dedication you need to get the 1. All right. So guys, take it easy until tomorrow. Gavin, thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Thank you. What time tomorrow? Same time. It's 7 a.m. Jamaica time. So if you're in another country, you have to convert that. All right, so tomorrow we're tackling story. Until then, peace out.